What's the crack, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy Theriac, back at it again. Back at it again, ladies and gentlemen. How are we feeling today? How are we feeling today? One sec, let me sort this shit out the camera. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Perfect. How are we all? We got Dave. Welcome in, Dave. We got Jungle. We got Southern Man. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, get comfy, fellas. We got Bricky. Welcome in, Bricky. Oi, oi, as they say. We got Truth as well. Welcome in. What's up, guy? The sky's up. We also got King as well. Mama. Appreciate you, King. So, in terms of updates, literally none from yesterday. Because we kind of went a bit kind of later than usual. I got mistaken eggs, obviously. You know what I'm saying? Sunny side up. You know, boys. If you know, you know. So, like I said, wasn't able to get anything kind of done in terms of the back end, but it is kind of one of those things with the next like week or so. Like the daunting thing, because the one thing about yesterday, like I think yesterday was a good flow, and like I said, with yesterday's show, we're kind of like it's like a temporary format just to buy time for the panel hopping idea, right? And like I said, I spoke to Shante, I spoke to Jack about it. Oh shit. What the fuck? Amazing. Amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Let's play the jungle clip. Let's play the jungle clip. Well, let's play all all four jungle clips.
I love money, money, money. I love money, money, money. I love money, money, money. It's not funny, lots of money. I love money, money, money. I love money, money, money. I love money, money, money. It's not funny, lots of money. I love money, money, money. I love money, money, money. I love money, money, money. It's not.
Massive shout out to Jungle with this 2000. I can't even pronounce it. God damn. Caught me off guard. 2000 via the PayPal with a message saying, buy a pipe, classy look with the 3-piece lesbian suit. Hey, what can I say, man? I'm never escaping these lesbian charges, but like we were talking about, I'm gonna use this as a weapon to destroy the LGBT community. But yeah, I'm actually trying to get off the smokes. I got my Nicorette lozenges. Okay, so you shouldn't be seeing me smoking. And if you do see me smoking during this stream, give me shit for it, boys. Give me shit for it. You know, let's hold each other accountable. Also, speaking of clips, we also got Joan coming in with the memes, as they say.
Your logic is flawed. Your position is untenable.
The etate of Per.
Mama, your logic is untenderable. Right? Like I said, I'm gonna make that a thing in debates. Like where it's like, sir, your logic is untenderable. You know what I mean? Just to fuck with them. Just to fuck with them. Also, we got Wakanda Forever or Yakanda Forever.
Marte, you are my black hero and king. Get your lucky charms. It is what it is.
It is what it is, and he is whom he is. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to yesterday's stream. Gotta make the he is whom he is a thing. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of Marte. Let's fucking go. Shout out to Marte. Marte, like I said, man, he's got a particular set of skills. Controlling these fucking feminists and like not just trolling them, but like getting them to react to the troll is beautiful. It's poetry. It's literally like watching poetry. Like anytime I see on X, like Marty putting out a post, oh man, thing of beauty. Thing of beauty, ladies and gentlemen. And with that as well, we might as well kick off the premium memes. We're going to be throwing them in throughout the stream. What better one to start? We're going to be reviewing the Rachel Wilson debate at the BayCon. I was there. Right? I seen it live. And like I said, seen her run. I seen her do the old patches of hooling, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Erudite was there, playing dodgeball, apparently. I mean, running away from questions. Absolutely humiliated, in my humble opinion. You know what I mean? And I'm going to be playing the questions as well. So you're going to see like a lot of the boys in this debate review as well, ladies and gentlemen. But let's kick off the show with a premium meme from the one, the only, Andrew motherfucking Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
So is the mic popping? Is that what's going on? Un momento, por favore. Un momento, por favore. We need to make sure that the audio is legit, ladies and gentlemen. Test. Okay, one sec. I need to go into this application and then test. Okay, there's something. Okay, there's something erroring out here. Okay, test. Okay, it's not clipping on that end. Okay, it might be the stream. One sec. Let me hear it. Test. Oh fuck! I need to do the audio. Test. Oh, it seems to be okay. Your mic is a little low compared to meme volume. Okay. How do I fix that? What if I do this? Test. What do I know? This should be good. Okay, right. This should be good, I think. Nah, then it's like it's doing the whole thing where I need to do this, I think, and then I do this. Test. Or maybe another one of this. Test. Okay, that should be Gucci, I think. Let me know throughout the show. Okay. Then I need to mute this. I don't want it to start going into clip and all that stuff, but let me catch up on chat. Thank you very kindly for letting me know. Thank you kindly for letting me know. Jungle, you absolute fucking legend. My man. You know. Fucking legend. 110%, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in Steelborn as well. Dang, I thought this was going to be another bro stream. Hi, Shante. It is what it is. It is what it is. We were talking about suits. We're talking about steak and eggs. We're talking about power tools. That's what we want, you know? We got Rev saying I sent Teriak a clip. A couple of clips, actually. A couple of clips. We got Candace Owens, all this kind of shit. But like I said, this is all about Not So Erudite. We'll bring up the Candace ones. Probably, if it's short enough, we'll probably throw it into the Talking Smack with Teriyaki, you know? And that's actually something that I want to make sure that I get done this weekend. But it's going to take a lot. And I'm even kind of like hesitant because there is limits to the AI, like weekly limits. But I have a general idea of what I want to go with. I basically kind of want like that, you know, late 19th century, early 20th century kind of like private study kind of thing. And just like think of like BioShock, the game BioShock, like that aesthetics, like 1920s America, like New York, where it's like things were just next level, you know? 1 sec. 100%. Beautiful, beautiful. Right. So, like I said, I'll have time after today's stream because yesterday's stream I basically didn't have time. I got my steak and eggs and I just went straight to sleep. But it's generally this is the kind of vibe that I'm trying to go with, Jungle. So like I want all the thumbnails for each of the 5 shows to be the same, just the title changing. But then I also want to kind of like either me in the suit or just the leprechaun in the green suit, the Loki the leprechaun kind of like avatar that I use, like in that study. And then I want to use that same kind of like image, if you get me. Like so, like whatever image you generate, like use that as like the base for like all the prompts. And then the thumbnail would be the same. That's the setting to the show. And then to have some sort of like lightning. See the way like this is, and now this is very difficult to do. This is very fucking difficult to do. But it's see the way like the lightning comes like every like 10 seconds just so the lightning will hit. And then like every 30 seconds the clip just basically loops essentially. Get one of those kind of loops things. So it's like lightning in the like out a window or like a fire kind of like, you know, like a fire animation in the background. So it gives that kind of it gives that feeling that it's kind of like because it's like there's an animation or there's constantly like some sort of animation being done on the picture or the video. It gives that kind of like realistic feel to the vibes kind of thing. And then like I said, I'll use that video as basically kind of looped on the back end as my new background. And then what else? Yeah, and then like I said, if we can as well, just to kind of show you the whole thing. Like basically I have like the starting screen. So like the same kind of thing, just with like a starting soon as we kind of roll up, and then obviously a pause screen as well when we go on a break. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, maybe having like the chair or something like that. I'm not 100% in terms of what way the angles are going to look on it. That's what I'm saying. Like I need a bit of time to like plan it out or think it out in terms of the different what I have currently for like the different kind of whatchamacallits, different things. I can put you in the green suit you're showing thing. Okay. Right, 1 sec. Bellissimo, Jungle. That's very spicy. That is very spicy. Well, man, because I'm actually, like I said, planning on getting that look as well. But right, it was a bro stream till you got here, Truth. Unbelievable, Shante. See you, Shante. Unbelievable. Don't be dissing the bros. We were talking about suits, steak and eggs. We were classing up the place. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Fuck. I need to do Blue Steel. You know? I can send you that after the stream, I guess. Wait, do we even have an image of myself? Fuck, dude. Where are we at? I'll do it after I'll do it after the stream. I'll try to get a decent enough photograph after the stream. You know what I mean? But massive shout out to you, Jungle. Thank you very kindly. Welcome me in Vintage as well. Pull up a chair, get comfy, sir. Pull up a chair. Touche. You know, and welcome the Bricky. Oi. Jungle, you're a fucking twat. I had a spare £5 I was going to donate. You could have fucking waited my unbelievable. See you, Bricky. Unbelievable.
Or here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. OG Jungle Strikes Again. Mama, original gangster. Don't forget to smash the like button as well. Help your boy out in the algorithms. Because like I said, one thing about yesterday's stream is I think the stream titles are working because we triggered an atheist, I think, to come into chat. Will Steelborn, let us know, like, is this debate actually happening? It took the fucker over an hour. No, sorry, just under an hour to send a Discord message to Steelborn. I'm telling you, that debate's not happening, bro. It ain't happening. You know, I don't mind being proven wrong, but it is what it is. Welcome in, Shante. Shout out to Jungles as well. See this. Unbelievable, Shante. Unbelievable. Also, Speakeasy as well. Let me play the clip as well. Because who better else to teach us the laws of logic, ladies?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John Cena.
Anything else, dipshit?
His name is John Cena. Shout out to Speakeasy as well. If you want to go over and help support Speakeasy, you got a couple options. Again, you're tight on funds and all this kind of stuff. You're budgeting on completely understandable. Just go over to Rumble. Even if you don't have a Rumble account, just create a new Rumble account and go over to Speakeasy's Rumble and make sure you follow him. And if you do have a Rumble account and you're not following Easy, then what the fuck are you doing with your life? And then if you do got a little bit of coinage, you know what I'm saying, go on to the merch shop. Okay. I just woke up. Okay, I woke up a couple hours ago. I'm still getting into. I'm still getting my coffee into me. Okay, yeah. Go over to the merch shop. There's plenty of stuff there, but there are stuff that is limited edition. Okay, so there was the Alvarez hoodie, but that's now sold out. So I don't want to hear any nagging or complaining about that shit. And right now, it's the open panel purge. We got Jeremy and King hoodies. Okay, they're limited edition. Once they're gone, they're gone. Make sure you get them now. You know what I'm saying. I also got half hood. Welcome in. These bitches don't and couldn't even bring dinner to the table. Well, that's a man's job, ain't it? That's a man's job, ain't it? You know? Wait, how's dicks? I mean, tricks. Yeah, I think that was a Freudian slip, my man. I think that was a Freudian slip.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
You are gay. You know? I don't know. It keeps changing. Think something. That's how we're really. See, that's what I'm saying. Shantae's just trolling. I hear weird animal moaning noises now. What are you watching? Try putting a hot tua on it. See if that works. Hot tua. You know? Talking smack with Teriak sounds like Irish version of drug therapy. It kind of is. I'm not going to lie. Also, shout out to the Big Daddy Pod for the $5. Welcome in, sir. He says, hey, Irish cousin, I don't claim my judge side because the conflict is a mental disorder. Are you seriously planning to immigrate? Like I said, man, I'm working towards the Trump gold card. That's like the easiest way in terms of, kind of it's straightforward. It's like, what's the word? Expedited path and all this kind of stuff, but there's other options. Like Jungle's trying to set me up with a chick, get the green card that way. You know what I mean? That's a great idea as well, Jungle. And I'm pretty sure I sent, was it Speakeasy? I sent a thing for the thumbnail on. One sec. Un momento, por favore. One sec, chat. One sec. I do this, then I do this. Fuck. Now that's the typical thing that whenever I'm like trying to search for something or whatever, that's the way it typically goes down. Oh no, it was that image I sent, I think. Yeah. Okay. Right. So send you a picture now, Jungle. Just as like a base thing. And thank you very kindly for the support, sir. Let me give you a money clip for that one. Thank you very kindly, sir. Just roasted me. What the fuck? This is what Jungle's like. Who the fuck is that
Shut
guy?
your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here.
Ooh, oh, ladies and gentlemen. One sec. Let me get this rolling. Let me get this rolling. Already, we're starting off pretty good. We're starting off pretty good, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Look at this. That's a dapper young man right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is a dapper young man right there. Wait, are you talking about the main clips or you talking about my voice that it keeps switching? Because it could just be on your end, Shante. Is anyone else like experiencing an issue on this? Or is it just Shante? Because if it's just Shante, then we can roast her. You know what I mean? But what do you think? What do you think? Expedited? Teriak, just getting a travel visa and come to Alabama will hide you in these woods until you find Southern Belly to marry. Like I said, man, the audio is fine in South Alabama. Because I'm listening to it on my end and it doesn't seem to be any issues. Oh, so it's test. Test 1 2 testicles, test 2 1 2 testicles, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. Okay, what if I do go to this and then I turn this off? Right. Now let me know, is it still doing the thing that you're saying it's doing? Which again, I don't know exactly what it's doing. It sounds tiny now. Or tinny now. The way he sounds changes every once in a while. It keeps changing. But it comes and goes. Okay. Let me do this as well. Make sure, yeah, this is on. So, one sec. Sample text to read. Okay, I'm just going to start reading a paragraphs and let me know. So this is 11 labs. Emulate any voice in every language. In minutes, upload a short audio sample and our AI voice emulator recreates it in minutes. Generates ads, podcasts, audiobooks, dubs, memes, and personalized content in 70 plus languages. Voice cloning saves me considerable time and cuts down on costs associated with traditional voice actors. Incredibly useful, especially in creating voiceovers for my TikTok and Instagram videos. This is from Chester N. Easy as 1 2 3. Upload a voice sample, record directly in your browser, or upload an audio file that your voice wants to emulate. Emulate and refine. Your AI voice emulation is ready in minutes. Fine-tune stability, similarity, and style until the recreation sounds exactly right. Generate in any language. Type a script, pick a language, and generate studio-grade audio in on demand across 70 plus languages. Yeah, so it's only the married people that are trolling, I think, you know? They are trolling you. Unbelievable. All right, so we sorted all that kind of shit. Unbelievable. And these are supposed to be my mods, you know? But I think they like, maybe it's because I had like double the thing on. So what do we think? Oh shit. We have we got the rainbow added as well, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. What do we think about this one? We got the rainbow and the lightning in the background. And it's like, oof. You know what I'm saying? Sounds like a dwarf, yeah. They're trolling. They're trolling. I'm about to mute you because he's gonna take your word and you're the troll. But did you play the troll toll? You know what I'm saying? See, for fuck's sake, it's not fixed. Describe what's happening. King and Shante, describe what's happening. Tarek, I'm going to sleep. Just wanted to pop in real quick, say hey, send some money, good night. Appreciate you, Big Daddy Pod. Thank you very kindly, sir. And enjoy your sleep, sir. You know? You got a South Alabama audience tonight, sir. Thank you very kindly. Thank you very kindly. It's kind of fuzzy. Yeah, so that's why, like I said, I turn it down a little bit. Right? And then again, I have to test 1 2, 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 test 1 2. It's not happening for me. When I done the test 1 2 there, like, did it happen at any point? Because I'm listening back on playback, so I can hear myself, like, what I'm talking at the moment. It could just be my voice, you know? It was good until the last. You're good now. This was this is a contradiction, ladies and gentlemen. Shanti saying no, it's still there with the last few words, and then King saying no, you're good now. Okay, sounds good now. Okay, we've fixed it apparently. I'm guessing. But what do we think? Let's focus. Let us focus. Let us focus it back in. What do we think? What do you think? I like the suit. Suit's beautiful. Facial expression. Not the smartest facial expression. You know? And then we got the rainbow. We got the lightning in the background that we can animate. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bro, I listen to you all the time, literally in my ear. You're okay, but it keeps slipping. I don't know. I don't fucking know. It comes in randomly and it's stressing me out, and so is Jungle. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, holy shit. We're staring at Ellen Page in a green suit. Lol, show the other face, let them decide. Zach, what do we think? This is more serious, Jack. Oh, wait, I need to... Wait, is it this? Wait, I need to get the thing. Oh, no, I need to... Yeah, here, doom, boom. And there we go. You know, it's like kind of like blue steel. Kind of like blue steel right there, you know? You need some gold coins on the desk. Yeah, we can play around with that. Elliot Page. Hey, what can I say, man? I'm never escaping these lesbian charges, you know? More manly but gayer. What can I say? What can I say? Alright. Do we got any more? So which face? Right? The happy go lucky yak? Or can we Shante saying the first one? Anybody else have any preference? Or the serious blue steel face? What do we think, folks? What do we think? Wait, is it possible? One sec, let me try to get a... And then I pull this to here. And then we do this. Okay, perfect. I done it, ladies and gentlemen. So to give you a side by side. Which one? The second one scares me. I done it the wrong fucking... So the first one... Yeah, this is referred to as left image or right image. I like the first one. Pause. Second one, you look constipated. It definitely looks like there's something going on with the first one. Oh, sorry, this the second one. You know? I can change the first one to look a little more serious. Give me a sec. Okay, okay. Jungle's cooking. Jungle's cooking. We're getting there. We're getting there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? At least we fixed the audio issues as well. Apparently. Well, Shantae's still giving him the side eye. But maybe some nice words. What do you mean nice words? We don't use nice words. You motherfuckers call me a lesbian 24/7. What are you talking about? Nice words. Nice, Derek. You shaved. You must have shaved 3 days ago. Yep. This is 3 days worth of stubble right here, boys. Yeah. No, I actually think I shaved yesterday. Good to see you, Creed, as well. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, get comfy. Both are uncomfortable. I think the one on the right that we're showing right now, the one on the right, is kind of like a more like friendlier or welcoming kind of one, you know? How about a black screen? Wait, what are you talking about? What the? I'll put him in blackface if you aren't careful. If you look like you're about to kiss your boyfriend. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. I thought we were going to do nice words. Fuck. You know? One sec. I'm getting a lot of message right now. "100% Bricky, that's what we call the Wheel of Madness. Make sure you get your ass the Wheel of Madness. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. All right, perfect, beautiful. I'm all caught up now, I think. It looked like a before and after picture of a product that didn't work. Okay, we're getting there. I'm going to get roast for this one as well. What do you think about this one, folks? Let me do this. And hit him with a little ghetto gospel. What's the verdict, chat? What is the verdict? Can you please remove these from the screen? We're working on something. We're cooking in the kitchen right now. At least I'll do this. You know? I'm not. It's hard to work out. What do we think? Okay, better. What's up, Adeline? What are we even doing? Exactly. We're fucking with audio and then we're fucking with this. You know? You look like a PDF that's kidnapped himself. To answer Shantae's question, I think this is just descended into the roast of the yak, essentially. You know? What the fuck's wrong with the eyes? A lot. I think that's just like the way my eyes naturally are. You know what I'm saying? Possibly King. The old Bill Cosby. Not as gay, but more dorky. Who painted Teriak with crossed eyes? Your eyes is crooked. What is going on right now? What the fuck? The roast of Teriak. That's what's happening. You know? And personally,
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
we're cooking another one. Don't worry. No, those are not. Maybe. Out of all these, Shantae saying the first one. Oh, fuck, 1 sec. Just for any of the people that have just joined. Shantae saying the one on the right, I think, is like the most natural. You know? Something like that, you know? Too much Tylenol for his moms in the 90s. Maybe. Come blame me for that one. Truth says you should it as an oil painting. Very cute, very primp. Maybe. Smoke a meth-laced blunt. Thank you very kindly for the advice. I don't think I will. Okay, we got another one, folks. Let me throw this one in. I think the first one is probably the image. You know? What do you think about this one, ladies and gentlemen? Looking primp. Yeah, you gotta make sure you look primp, you know? Get the old comb out. Make sure the hair is all combed, you know? We don't want to look unkempt. Is it unkempt? Or what the fuck's it? You know? Show the whole thing. We got the pot of gold on. Man, beautiful. Bellissimo. Bellissimo. You know? And like I said, like jungle, like what we want with this, and we also got the logo. My man. My man. I can send you all this as well. But like what we want is basically the background image. Like, yeah. So we basically, and I should have said this like from the beginning, is that like we don't want me in the green suit in this. You get what I'm saying? Like this would be like the thumbnail, but what we want to start with is just the background. So we're just talking about the house or the study that we're in with the window and then the animation effects. You get what I'm saying? And then, like I said, for the thumbnail, we add me in the green suit, and then there'll be like a title of the stream on like the right here. You know what I mean? Then it's like basically me sitting there doing whatever the fuck on the left hand side. Then the right hand side is where the title goes. But the main thing would be if we get the background kind of like sitting like that, and then it literally would look like I'm on the desk right now if I was to replace this background with the thing. You know what I'm saying? Then even if I went, yeah, I suppose it's going to be difficult. It is going to be difficult. But I suppose if I'd done this, well, this will kind of fuck things up a bit. But you kind of get what I mean. I brought this kind of more so over here. And I just kind of kept that as my standard layout where it's like I'm always on like the left hand side. And then whatever we're reviewing, like for example in this, and like I edit that. I edit this a little bit so it's like over like this side kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Well, basically what I'm showing you is, or the reason why I'm doing this on stream right now. Yeah, so it's like basically remove me and just have like the animation of just like thunder strikes or like lightning strikes just happening in the background with because like that looks pretty epic. One sec. So if we have like these like every so often, like 5-10 seconds, there's like a flurry of like lightning strikes that happens in the mountains. And, like that's just going to basically be the animation. Okay, one sec. Basically, like what I'm doing here with these effects. Yeah. Basically, like that's going to be the thing. And then what you call it? The only thing, yeah, like this would be perfect, right? One sec, actually. I'm gonna pull this down first, and then we can actually check it out. Because like the reason why I'm doing this, by the way, on stream is just to show you, is like this is all the stuff in the back end. Whenever I'm like talking to you and I say like I'm working on back end shit or whatever, this is what I'm saying. Like all this stuff like eats up a lot of time, so to speak. Study background. All right, and then I need to go into this. And then into this. And then I need to just to kind of show you an example of what I mean. All right. So add this. Beautiful. And then we pull this back down to here, essentially. Basically, like this. You might, yeah, you're gonna have to remove the logo. You get me? So the only thing from that image would be to remove the logo. But then this would be the style, and then the thunder. It's like the thunder in the background, just like every 5 or 10 seconds, there's like a thunder strike. Can it be MP4? Yeah. It'd need to be a video, you know? And I can just have that loop just constantly in the background. Then I got my pot of gold over here as well. You know what I'm saying? So you need to, the only thing you really need to do at the moment is, before animation, is just make sure you remove the logo. And then, like I said, from there, it's where we're getting there. We're getting there, you know? Like I said, if it doesn't perfectly loop, I can just basically use the background image and then just use Grok Imagine to get that perfect loop going. So then it just looks like there's just constantly thunder in the background, and you don't see this kind of what would you call it? It doesn't kind of like, one second, I need to move the image actually up a bit. Yeah. So it'd be kind of like this. And you see the way it looks like I'm in a study right now. Now, when I do, one sec. If I do this, like I pretty much can't like do what I'm saying here, is because all of a sudden now I'm full screen. But what I'm saying is I basically get rid of this layout, or I'll just use this layout for debates, and then this will just be my new stream layout. So anytime I introduce the stream and all that stuff, and then like I said, for the starting screen, and this is why it's like so good to just to start with the background image, because then we can do the same thing where it's like, again, just the background image, and we just have like some text, you know, like animated text. It's like starting soon, and see the way it disappears and then goes back in. And I can even, like I said, I can even just do some basic thing for just like starting soon, and I can just do the animation myself. It's a pretty straightforward animation. It's just about layering text over the background. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, coming back to this, like that's what the layout's going to be, but it's going to be an animated background, if you get me. And Junga says he's been working. He's in the kitchen. All right. Abby's working. My man. Can we get with no nose? Why'd you got to bring that up? I had literally gotten that out of my mind, truth, and now you're bringing back up the no nose thing. Unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know? One sec. Let me see if throw that like, because what's better than using one AI? Use two AIs, you know? I'm going to throw that in. Move logo in top right corner and make whole image super high quality and high resolution. It's generating. I was thinking if she sneezes, what would it sound like? Wait, what? Maybe put out a poll, except do not add that second one. That is nightmare fuel. Hey, what can I say, man? What can I say? Not doing AI. Oh, just using AI to get the ideas. Yeah, so one sec. Let me. How the fuck do I? Oh, yeah. I have to do thing. And then download this. Yeah, and then I'll just send you this in terms of like, that's basically like the base image. Like you can make improvements on this kind of stuff, but that's basically what we need to start with. And then, like I said, there'll be adding the animation, and then when we're making the thumbnails, we can I can just add the logo in. Don't worry about putting the logo in. I can do that. They have. And actually, I'll send you that as well. So where is it? Streamwork in terms of the logo. So you have the logo image as well for the thumbnails, and then me in the green suit. And like I said, basically, if we could just put me in the green suit of where this is in terms of the stream layout as well, that would work. My man. Appreciate you very kindly, Jungle. Wait, well, I completely missed that, Shantae. Like I said, there's just so much shit like that. The fact that like this looks so much better. You know what I mean? In terms of like layout, because we got like like I said, the wee little pot of gold. Oh man, it's gonna be beautiful. This is gonna be beautiful. You know, because like, do you know when you have like an idea in your head and you're kind of going like, I don't know if this is gonna work. Because like there's plenty of ideas I've had in my head and it just doesn't come to fruition. It just doesn't. Whatever image I have in my head, it just doesn't work. But you know what I mean? Yeah, like I said, Shad, we'll get to that in the back end or after stream where I'll talk about that. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we need to get into the show. We're almost an hour in. You know what I mean? But like I said, just to show you in terms of like what like extra work goes on behind the scenes or in the back end of the stream that you guys don't see, but I'm still working on this kind of stuff, you know? Yeah, video editing is a bitch, no thanks. What I'm saying. Without a nose, the trumpet would sound wouldn't be possible. So it would be like throwing a wad of wet paper towels at the wall. Maybe, you know. By the way, Teriak, I spoke to Not Cool Josh and walked him through changing his settings so you can now redirect him. Based. He said he was sorry, he didn't know he had his settings set that way. No, nobody does. Nobody ever does, Dave. Tell him you just need to apologize. This is like literally everybody who has a YouTube account. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. Because it's automatically YouTube sets it to that. And I don't know fucking why they do that. You know what I mean? But yeah, like just need to apologize, all that kind of stuff, because it's like a typical thing that like people like need like I was the exact same fucking what you call it, like basically everybody that I've known who streams, like it's the exact same thing. Is you have to go into your settings, make sure that this is clicked, and then we'll be able to redirect. I think I missed the Crucible raid because of it. When I was first starting out, I think Andrew wanted to raid me, and like Mystery was in my DMs. It's like, sort your fucking shit out, and I was like, oh, you know. So again, telling me just need to apologize. It's like it's the default. Anytime you create a YouTube account, that's what they do. They're a bunch of bastards, man. You know. Dave Legend, 100%. Set that way by default. Yep, 110%. Oh baby, ooh baby. One sec. I gotta show this. I gotta show this, ladies and gentlemen. This is mwah. Right. So let me do. So I'm going to delete this. Right. And then media file. We want to change this to this. What do we think, folks? What do we think? Now, to see the way like it kind of, you can tell that it skips right then. This is like very, very small in terms of like level of details, but you see the way you can kind of, it's like the clouds. This is the thing that fucks up is with the clouds. Anytime you're doing animation with clouds, you can tell where it is. You know what I mean? So it needs to be a perfect loop. One sec, I'll give you the exact terminology because there's an exact terminology for it. A perfect video terminology. Yes, it's called a seamless loop or a cinematograph. And you can prompt, like there's certain AIs that like you can prompt it by sending them those keywords. And there are some AIs that will do it. I can have it loop without a skip. Hold on. That's what we're saying, man. That's what we're saying. This is top praise right here by Shantae. You know what I mean? Like this debates that I've clearly won, and Shantae's like, "You suck." You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. And then I need to do what is it? I need to move it up here essentially. But then the pot of gold is always visible because if I do it down here, the banner kind of cuts off the pot of gold, and we can't be having that. Can't be having that, folks. You know what I mean? So it would be somewhere over the rainbow. So right there, ladies and gentlemen. How are we cooking? How's it looking? How's it looking, ladies and gentlemen? Absolutely epic is the answer. You know, we have like something like that, and then the webcam. I think I need to do. I'm gonna bring up the Rachel Wilson debate just to see how the videos look when I'm sharing screen here, and then with this, yeah, I need to change that one as well. But when I'm sharing screen here, yeah, it's cutting me off too much. So what we want to do is we want to edit this a bit. So it's kind of like, I don't know, like halfway. Something like this. Now let me know in terms of like, can you guys, like, is that still visible or is that too small? And then in terms of particularly for the mobile users, you know what I mean? Trying to set an epileptic off. Hey, what can I say? What can I say? Let Jungle cook. This is all initial. This is all initial idea, right? And also another thing I just noticed as well is the video is like perfect in terms of making sure that the pot of gold is not cut off. So if I do something like this, maybe, is this better, or would this be better? Maybe do something like this. And then I can do this, and this. Okay, so now I can see that better. We go add item, do the dynamic stuff. Then I want to move this one back a layer. And we save that, update layout. And then I need to make sure that the memes don't get fucked up with the video. Yeah, there we go. All right. So I have the stream yard set up, ready to go, and all this kind of stuff as well. Looks good on mobile. Thank you very kindly, King. Can we see the debate? Yeah, looks fine. Yeah, we're getting that. We're getting that. Like I said, like this is the final panaches, the final touches that we're putting onto this, Shantae. But I do have a Fold 8 Ultra, so my screen is significantly larger than most. Shantae, let me know in terms of the mobile, because I'm pretty sure Shantae uses mobile. You need a box around your screens that they fit into. Possibly. Possibly. That's a good point. That's a good point. Like a border. Like working on a border kind of format for it, you know? Just drop the torch out. You have the little watermark at the bottom already. What do you mean? Oh, you talking about the thumbnails? Let me know. Let me know. A vertical and horizontal. I get what you're saying, and I think in terms of, I think then it would be better to share screen and put all the audio through Streamlabs, not StreamYard, and just never have to share screen on StreamYard. You know? to switch that layout and fit your clip into it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that in terms of the Streamlabs. Looks good on iPad. Thank you. Everything looks good. I disagree on the boxes, kind of like the free flow. Interesting. I want to make sure that this is not there. So yeah, we'll go with this as like a rough. And let's let me do this where I usually sit. Yeah. Okay, we're rocking and rolling with that so far. Like I said, we're just gonna gradually just update it throughout the next couple of streams and all this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, we're just gonna run with it. We're just gonna run with it like this, as is, ladies and gentlemen. We've added a bit of panache to the stream. Okay, a few updates. Shift the video up and remove that torch. Remove the logo. P favore. But why would I shift the video up? Then I'm kind of like blocking the rainbow out a little bit. Like, let me see how it looks. Let me see how it looks. Okay, so we do this. 1 sec. Like this. Oh, I don't know if you can see this. You saying like this? Looks good. Yeah, you have a small one at the bottom. I think it would look more natural, but you do you. And Jungle sent me more spice. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so like this. But then if I'm doing something, 1 sec, let me just share my X. Because that's one thing that I'm pretty sure we're ever doing thingamabob. So let me just share this tab. If I do this. Like, can you see that text? 1 sec, let me see full screen. Make the rainbow, go over the video. I like where it was. Yeah, maybe halfway. Back with the torch. That height is perfect with the X screen. Okay. So I could do, if I do that, yeah, it goes over the dono bar. So do this and then pull down with this. Border like this. That looks epic. That looks epic. And then like when I go like that, because this is going to be what the video is. So like there. Oh wait, shit. I don't think you can see that until I save. So like there, and then like I said, if I'm ever doing a text one, it'd come up and it'd just be the whole screen. But it doesn't interfere with the bar. Or doesn't block the bar, I should say. You know what I mean? And then that would be video. Just down a little bit, but yeah. Too close to the donut bar and I don't like it. Down, yeah. Down, just a little split difference. I can read it. Center it under the rainbow. Nah, then it'd be too small. No, but split difference is what you had before. Okay, yes. That border is sick. I love that border, Jungle. Is there a way you can send me that border? It's like a golden outline, and then it has like green, like gems, like emeralds. That's like glowing. It's oh my god. Oh, 1 second. Let me show you this actually. This is a sick border. Like epic. See where it's like gold and then it has like emerald kind of like glowing kind of things to it? That looks epic. Then I can basically just like add that on to the transition. You know what I mean? Actually, 1 sec. I think I can add that in myself. It is how it is. Keep it how it is. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like I think that's perfect for the screen share. Okay, so then if I do seamless loop, add this one in. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. My man. Okay. So I want to do two things here. So first of all, we're gonna get the seamless loop video going. Okay. We go into this, and we go. Beautiful, beautiful, and then. And then what I want to do is do this full screen and then. No, I fucked that up. I fucked it up. 1 sec. Right, bada bing, bada boom. Right, save that onto desktop for now. And then we do. Oh, you sent me it. Beautiful, beautiful. So we're just gonna use that. Throw that into Streamwork. Bellissimo, bellissimo. And then add in image source. Wait, what the fuck? What? Okay, 1 second. I can work with this. I can work with this, ladies and gentlemen. So what I want to do is put that there. And what I need to do is I want to crop this. And here we do another 30. Right? And then with I need to share screen so I can align it. Right? Let's go into full screen here. Something like that, essentially. Something like that. What do we think? What do we think? Nah, I got you. You need a full transparent background. Hold on. Otherwise, the white shows through. Without covering things up. Vertical. Okay, that's definitely transparent. Okay. And okay. You know what I mean? Then, like I said, like I don't overlap the video is another key thing as well. I feel like in a tutorial for Canva Pro. Hey, it is what it is. We're setting shit up, ladies and gentlemen. Right side is cut off from me. Yeah, no, like that's because the StreamYard. But I'm getting the transparent one. And you can resize it better when it's transparent and fit it on the screen better. Yep. That is true as well. Because right, if I do the test of this one, that one, yeah, that's going to cause an issue. Fuck. What about if I do things like this? That doesn't make it any better. And if I do this, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do like the share screen all through the StreamYard, sorry, the Streamlabs, and then just have the audio come through my mic or my mic application. You know. And calm down, Leprechaun. I got you, mama. but because the way the StreamYard does the video, like for like sharing a YouTube video, it's perfect. But then, you know what I mean? But that's a StreamYard issue. But I can fix all this in the Streamlabs. You know? And I want to make sure that this is here, so then when I do this, yeah, I'm not fucking up with that. And I also need to make sure that this is above that. Beautiful. Beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're so far ahead of where I thought we were going to be. You know what I mean? So, other than that, I think we can just kind of rock and roll with what we got so far, at least. 4. Craziest TED Talk. The frame is cut off on the right side, but actually looks decent. Yeah, like what I can do is bring this slightly over. What I need to do is bring it slightly over, up. Like, I basically need to map this on. Yeah, that's where we're going to get, I think. So I need to resize without taking to the original measurements. Green tabs. Okay. I think if I hold down shift. Okay, there we go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with diesel. Now we're cooking with fire. I think that's aligned. Just a wee little bit. Perfect. Perfect. And then we do bada bing, move this back, and then we align this. That. And then we put this back and we save. Update the layout. What about now, folks? What about now? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Control F4. See you motherfuckers. Use the one I just sent you. Okay, one sec. Ooh, bellissimo. Bellissimo. So save this as this. Right. And then test whether or not that's, yeah, that saves perfectly. And then what I can do is this is going to take me a bit of work. Like like I said, massive shout out to Jungle for this, because this saved me so much. Like, this literally saved me hours upon hours of work, right? But what I can now do, I can see the way the corners, I can, if I do it through Streamlabs, what I can do is basically make sure that the video is thing, but I'll be screen sharing it through the Stream Yard. Or Streamlabs, and then I won't have to actually share anything on screen. Then I can basically format it so it's like I'm always making sure it's like the same screen share. Then we have basically this done at least for the rest of the stream, and then I need to make sure, all I need to make sure then is get the vertical one working for when we're doing the TikToks. You know what I'm saying? Better, exactly. Bellissimo. Bellissimo, ladies and gentlemen. Bellissimo. You know? Bellissimo. So then what I would want to do is, yeah, perfect. Wait, this is taking you hours? No, this would have taken me hours if I was to do it all by myself, you know? When you remove the video on the new one, it will show the lightning behind the border. Wait, what? One sec. Did I download the right one? No, I downloaded the right one. Oh, because the border is like how would you describe that? Like a black, like wood kind of thing. Bellissimo, bellissimo. Because yeah, like I said, like, because right now I'm sharing the screen through StreamYard, but what I can do is I can go through the Streamlabs and have it set so it's basically I can, oh man, like I said, this is the ideas are running through my mind. You know what I mean? Now can we finally watch this damn video? Yes, we can, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we can. Again, shout out to Jungle. Absolute legend. Legendary. You know what I'm saying? Transparent, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Bellissimo. Bellissimo. So, Chad, shall we finally get to it? You know? So the man's like sitting here going, you know,
Stop stalling, nigga! Okay, all
right, we're finally going to get to it. We're finally going to get to it, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. Don't worry. We got King Blacker with the 5 gifted memberships as well. Let me give you a shredding clip before that one as well. Are we having fun yet, chat? Congratulations to Simply Simple 33, Truckin' Dude, Donald Frank 2694, The Devil's Raspberry, and Laurie Watson. Congratulations, folks. You have a King to thank for those. Thank you very kindly, King. Appreciate you. Sorry for that. No, you don't need to apologize. Look at how epic it looks. Look at how epic it looks. You know what I'm saying? And gentleman and a scholar. And a legend, Jungle. Thank you very kindly, sir. You know. What? I'm up. Exactly. Thanks for the helping this little leprechaun, the little green man. Thank you very kindly, Jungle. Like I said, man, I love this. This is exactly what I wanted. To a T. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it.
Do you understand how you can possibly have feminism in a world? If you're going to keep interrupting me, I'll just ask for time.
I'll ask my question after.
Because if I interrupt you, it's a big problem. But apparently, I can't speak. I need to participate in order for this to be a conversation, Kyla. Pakistan's economy sucks so bad, even though the birth rate is high, is because they are a Muslim nation with the highest rate of inbreeding in the world.
Oh, I forgot brown people. How did I not think of that?
Your field of psychology that you got your degree in is so oversaturated. We have, and it's almost all women. It's like 88% women.
Not going to deal with the golfs, though. We're just going to run from that one. I'll just come back to it. It's fine. I'll write it down.
I'll write it down. It's okay, James. I'll write it down. Adderall.
Adderall,
Rachel,
one hell of a
famous
drug.
biologist here, by the way, knows a lot about CRISPR, I'm sure. Did you know that that's what the technology is called, by the way? It's CRISPR. Yeah.
Thanks, Mrs. Turner.
Look, baby girl, you're gonna love when I go through your book.
I
okay?
love when she educates me.
All right.
It's my favorite.
When did Hypatia? Who's Hypatia, by the way?
That's going to be beautiful. When she's talking about, like, who's Hypatia? You know what I mean? I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Wait for it. Wait for Jay Dar's question. When she's saying, who's Hypatia? Bitch. Bitch. For realsies? I'm telling you, man.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Maine First Project, fighting to put
Maine first,
Mainers
baby.
first. Check out mainfirstproject.org. Huge thanks to Revival of the Anointed's Rule, equipping Christians to fight for biblical values through policy victories. Check out revivetheroar.org. This debate may melt faces, but before we get into it, these conferences are only possible thanks to our sponsors. I am thrilled to introduce you to Mike from Roar. Thank you very much, Mike, for being...
Now, just to let you know, like, up at the front row, it's like Andrew, Jungle, and, like, Jungle's girl, and then me. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm literally, like, front row watching this. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get my soda and popcorn. Let's fucking go. Telling you. Looks okay. Jungle did okay. That is top praise from Shantae. That is top praise.
a sponsor of DebateCon.
Thank you so much, James. Thank you. I only get so much time. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. I can't tell you how much. Last time you heard me speak, most of you probably did, I told you about how the separation of church and state was making Christians whisper. Now let me just tell you, because we're whispering, we're transing kids, we're marrying gays, we're aborting babies, we're indoctrinating kids in schools instead of teaching them. The list goes on and on.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens when Christians advocate their vote. When some Christians will say that you shouldn't use Christian values as part of your vote, that's what happens. That's why we need to roar. Roar is doing it one congregation at a time all across the country. Follow me on X. That's Revive the Roar on X. One of these two people actually do follow me, so that's pretty cool. I'll let you guess which one. And revivetheroar.app. Revivetheroar.app. Come talk to me in the back. Love you guys. Have fun.
Thanks, Mike. Check out Roar and Maine First Project at the back table there. And with that, we're going to get into our debate. If you haven't already, please do silence your phones so there are no distractions. Also, for our debate, is feminism doing more good or more harm? I'm going to start by introducing Rachel, as she will go first. Rachel Wilson is an author and cultural commentator whose fearless research challenges conventional narratives about feminism, women, and family. Please join me in welcoming Rachel Wilson. And on your left, we are pleased to welcome Kyla, also known as Not So Erudite. She is a thoughtful commentator who brings psychology, social science, and careful analysis to debates about gender and culture. Please join me in welcoming Not So Erudite.
Boo this man!
Boo!
All right, I am setting the timer for 5 minutes. One last thank you to our sponsor, Yonaguni International Cuisine. Check them out in the description box below. And with that, I have the timer set for you, Rachel. The floor is all yours for 5 minutes.
James, Kyla said she's okay with 7 minutes. I probably won't need the full 7, but just thought I would let you know that. I'm probably just going to go a pinch over 5.
You got it.
Okay. All right, so is feminism doing more harm than good? I'm going to say, of course, that I think it's doing more harm. Let's take a brief review of what we've gotten so far from feminism and its 6 pillars of propaganda. So feminism inverted the Western social order in roughly 1 century through its 6 primary pillars, and a 7th that I'm going to introduce to you today. We've got sexual liberation, abortion, vilification of men, no-fault divorce, demonization of tradition, and either rejection or reinvention of Christianity. Tonight, I'm going to focus on the measurable results of these pillars and introduce the seventh, what I call the she economy. So if we if we look at family structure collapse since feminism became the dominant political ethos across the entire West, we've got 40% of children.
And just one sec, I want to go back to the previous slide because I actually didn't see these slides during the debate. You know what I mean? I was actually just like listening to the words. But this is basically this is like kind of like more kind of in depth in terms of like what I covered in my my World War debate one. But sexual liberation, abortion, no fault divorce, and I said as my fourth one. Fuck, that's going out of my mind. Fuck, what did I say? Oh, pushing women into the college in their prime fertile years. Right? And the reason why it's doing in terms of, you want to make sure you do it in terms of that, is this whole aspect of mentioning like the college things. That's like, you're not against women going to college like when they're 20, when they're 40, or anything like that. But when they're 20, you need them. It's not that you want them, it's that you necessarily need them just to like start having kids. Because those are the best years. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, man. And then in terms of Rachel, like doing even more in depth, vilification of men, demonization of tradition, and then trying to reinvent the wheel, reinvent Christianity. Rachel is like an expert at dismantling feminism. She's like, what's the word? A Valkyrie. You know what I mean? Is this more main focused or across the board? Across the board, modern day debate is a neutral platform. But if you sponsor the event, which is what Main First Project done, and the Roar Project as well, like obviously you're gonna have like your promotion, all this kind of stuff as well, you know?
And introduce the seventh, what I call the she economy. So if we if we look at family structure collapse since feminism became the dominant political ethos across the entire West, we've got 40% of children in the United States no longer living with both married biological parents. In 1945, that number was only 10%. Children living without both married biological parents face more than 8 times higher risk of endangerment, standard maltreatment, which is a fancy term for all types of abuse. We have a fatherless epidemic. So roughly 1/3 of American children live without their biological father. That's a 3-fold increase over the historical norm. They account for 90% of homeless kids, 85% of kids with behavioral disorders, 70% of kids in incarceration facilities, and 71% of adolescents in substance abuse treatment centers. Let's look at unmarried births and the welfare trap. In the United States, only about 5% of kids were born to unmarried mothers in 1960. At present, that number is 41%. At the same time, we've gone from $50 billion a year in annual welfare spending in 1950 to now $700 billion per year. That's a 14-fold increase after you adjust for inflation.
Now, bear in mind, like this key stat that Rachel taps into here, like unmarried births and welfare trap. That when the kid has a father and you're in a married situation, a married home, you know, you don't get all this like having to spend welfare and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Jot that down in your minds, ladies and gentlemen, because you know, a question comes up where then, you know, Erudite literally shits the bed, so to speak. Just like fucking Amber Heard. She pulls an Amber Heard and she shits the bed, you know? And shout out to Southern Man, thank you very kindly for the $2, you know? Yeah, but how can we know who the mother is? Exactly. Yeah, it's like impossible to determine, you know? When was that study done? I know it has to be well over 50%, at least in Michigan. Are you saying for the 5% to 41%? Agreed. The unmarried mothers, are you saying over 50%? Let me know. Let me know.
2010, 90% of all cash welfare payments and half of all food assistance went to single mother households. In 1940, only 6% of kids under age 6 had mothers working full-time outside the home. Today, that number is 58%. So you guys have probably heard all of those kinds of stats from me a lot in the past, but let's talk about the she economy, which is the 7th pillar. And this is really consistent across all Western nations, regardless of what type of systems they have. As soon as feminism is introduced, not only does it transform the social order, it radically transformed Western economies, shifting them from production-based systems that favor long-term stability into debt-driven consumer economies that prioritize short-term gains. Proponents claim that the surge in female labor force participation since the 70s has been good because it expanded the GDP and created two-income households. That view is incomplete. With the election cycle coming up, affordability, housing shortages, inflation, and labor shortages are going to be talked about a lot, so this is a good moment to discuss this. So who actually builds the economy? When we look at GDP across Western nations, men contribute about 60% of the GDP and women contribute about 40%. But if you look per capita, men generate 36% more GDP per capita than women do. Women own 39% of US businesses now, but they only generate 6.2% of total business revenue. Keep that one up here. It's very important. It basically comes out that about 22% of all women's efforts in the economy are either directly or indirectly subsidized by men. Critical systems remain dominated by men. First world living standards that allow feminism rest on complex physical systems that largely cannot or will not be staffed by women. Things like electrical grid maintenance, water treatment, food production. And a society can survive a temporary shortage of marketing ladies and HR women and kindergarten teachers, but it cannot survive a shortage of power grid technicians or water treatment engineers.
Again, this is why, and we know this, like why the Canadian trucker strike was such a big strike and it caused so much disruption. Because if you can't haul the food and all this kind of stuff, how are you going to produce the food? You know what I mean? If your water plant goes down, where are you going to get your fresh water, your clean water? If your electrics go down, you know what I mean? What are you going to do then? All these like infrastructure jobs are dominated, not just majority, but dominated by men. So the important jobs are dominated by men, but then, you know, we've all seen that clip of like the ladies in the Office Space, you know what I mean? Was it like Kamala's fucking PR team or some shit like that? You know? A business not being able to market is not like, oh shit, like we're fucked. You know? Unless like you're a marketing business. Right? But that's what I'm talking about. Like I'm talking about like think about like an infrastructure company not being able to market for a couple of weeks. Inconvenience, yes, but is it like going to crash or like fuck up the whole like country? No. But not being able to do electric, water, or hauling the food, transporting the food, that like you're going to get civil unrest over that. You know what I mean? 40% of unwed households. You're saying it should be above 50%? Let me know. I think what it was that back in the 1950s, there was 9% rate of bathtub babies. Now they're all born at a hospital by Indian men who should probably be deported. What the fuck is a bathtub baby? You know? Fuck, I like that my girl works with both income. We travel a lot and good life. I've got a funny feeling that this is either a troll or like if you had the option it's not even kind of like, because it's irrelevant in terms of like because a lot of guys lie about this question, all right? But given the option, would you want your woman to work? When you ask women this, they'll say, given the option, I'd prefer to like stay home with the kids. And it's not only women in modern day saying this, even the feminists back in the day were saying this. We need to eliminate this option for women, because if we do not eliminate this option for women, they will never choose to go out and work. They will choose to stay home with the kids. You know? Born in a bathtub. But how's that relevant, Picasso? You know? That's a big no. As a man, provide, and if you don't make enough, make more. Keep your woman at home and work from home, if anything. Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Like give the choice to a woman. You stay home with the kids, or you have to go out and work a 9 to 5. Which are they picking? They're picking staying home with the kids. Why should a woman be submissive to her boss when she could just be submissive to her husband? You know?
Male labor force participation has fallen to a historic low of 69.5%. So that's almost 1 in 3 men are out of the workforce right now. So what's the labor force cost of abortion? One of the main things that feminists care about. They don't care if they have every other right. They care about abortion. It's their main measure of women's freedom. We've had 63 million abortions in the US alone since Roe v. Wade. If those children had survived and joined the workforce today, we would have an additional 45 million workers in the US economy. We wouldn't have to import them from other nations. The cost of abortion is 425 times larger than the earnings that the mothers would have lost by carrying the children to term. So yes, women make a little bit more when they don't have kids, but it's not even close to what you'd get if they had children who grew up and joined the workforce. So women's achievements in the economy are subsidized. Men pay roughly 60 to 75% of income taxes. Progressive tax codes mean the top earners, predominantly male, fund the vast majority of public infrastructure, universities, and social programs. Women get 60% of all higher education dollars because they are the majority of students on campus now. But if you look at fiscal return on that investment, governments get most of their money back from this smaller pool of male laborers, mostly because they make more money and they work more hours. So it's like a structural transfer where public services, education, and grants that enable women to enter and remain in the workforce are funded disproportionately by male tax dollars. So in conclusion, the irony is that feminism has given us broken homes, fatherless children, rising mental illness, demographic decline, and a generation in which nearly a third of Gen Z was aborted before they could ever be born.
And then you have like this paradox where it's like the more rights, the more you push like women into education and you try to push women into the workforce, like all the shit that feminists claim to say, it's like once women get this, they'll finally be happy. It's like the female happiness paradox. Where it's like the more happiness they get, the more rights and all this kind of shit that they get, the more unhappy they become. And like bringing up the SSRIs and the depression rates among women and all this kind of shit, like confirms that, you know? I know, wait, she works from home or no work. But she's still being submissive to a male boss, you know? Yeah, children, families with both parents, only 40%. That's why I asked when the study was done. Welfare kicks out the dads so the state can take over, and women fall for it all too often. So today, well over 50% today, methinks. Yeah, but like that's the thing, and I think Rach is kind of like coming at it from it's like there's actual like this is the this is the source thing, but it's like with the prison statistics, like. Yes, it's still like majority like per capita like black men and all this kind of shit. But when you look into the FBI, the database, there's shit tons of like either like Middle Eastern or Asian men that are being classified as white. You know? There's even black dudes that are being classified as white. You know what I mean? It's minimum. It's actually worse when you get into it. So I wouldn't be surprised, Creed. I wouldn't be surprised if it's well over 50. Reduce the workforce, aka remove women. And by economic logic, pay rates would skyrocket. More work will get done by men as we can provide more labor, biologically speaking. Exactly. And appreciate you stopping by, Southern Man. Have a good one. Enjoy your sleep. Man makes $18 per hour. Women make $17 per hour. Remove woman. By default, man's wage will increase by double, $36 an hour or $35 an hour, somewhere in that range. So I'm saying, and then on average, in a 9-to-5 job, you're working about 2,000 hours a year, which would make that salary about $70,000. Now, all of a sudden, this whole thing of like, well, how are we going to, how are we going to provide for a single income? Well, the average incomes in that situation is going to be $70,000 for a man. Seems like you're going to be able to provide on a $70,000 salary. Is it the best? No, but this is the average. You get what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you start layering investments. We talk about the Bitcoins. We talk about the stock market. Fuck it, like, maybe some gold if you want to diversify and all this kind of shit. Now all of a sudden we're cooking with fire. If the average salary was $70,000, you could provide on a single income. Sounds like it was done back in 2000, maybe, but not today. Could be. I get it. I do wish there was more male in my PhD program. Most of the people in the program are females. And then this is the greatest travesty. Like there's plenty of women where it's like they go out of their way to get a degree, some sort of college degree. They get into hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt, right? Then they struggle to actually find a job to use that degree in. And then they just end up on OnlyFans because they're hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. It's like a target-rich environment for a pimp. And those making 70,000 now will make 140,000. Exactly. That's because college is pushed to females to avoid family. Exactly. And like I said, I'm not saying that women, like, we keep women out of education completely and all this kind of shit. It's like, once you're 40 or whatever, you've had your kids and all this kind of stuff, and they're like, up in their raised and all this kind of shit. If you're 40 years of age and you're a woman and you want to go to college, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a fuck. All right? But when you're 20, why the fuck would you take on hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt? Because just like college as like that aspect, it's like you're taking on hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt, which makes the dude that's actually getting with you kind of like it tries to de-incentivize in terms of the amount of debt she's going to have, because he's going to have his college loans he's going to have to pay off as well. And then it's the whole like cock carousel culture of college. And then they're also propagandizing you like with all this like feminist fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? So, like that's the only thing that, but again, in terms of like with Rachel, she already has like 7 like absolute fucking silver bullets to not so bright over here, you know what I mean? Replace yourself and your husband at least, and then worry about what you want. Let the man get what you all need. If you want more, get a better man. Precisely. That's why he's the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT, ladies and gentlemen.
That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Yeah. But there are stigma to professions. I make good money as a vice principal here in Hawaii, but most people in leadership in education are females, even though you can make good money. Why would you want females? That's what I'm saying, man. Like when you look at like the business statistic was such a key thing, and Rachel was saying keep that in your mind. Like women own 39% or something like that of the businesses, but those businesses only produce like 6% or 7% in terms of the taxes. You know what I mean? So we're just like subsidizing like women in leadership bullshit, and they're not actually producing as much as men are. So why are we subsidizing shit businesses? I think more men should go to education field as leaders and principals. Can't disagree.
The welfare state and the she economy that prop up this illusion of strong, independent women will collapse precisely because the same policies that empower women into lower productivity roles have starved the next generation of highly skilled, critical male workers that complex first world systems demand. Feminism has done more harm than good, and the data is not subtle.
Thank you very much for that opening, Jamaica Wilson.
Exactly, and this is gender roles, Jungle, like that. Society's like pushing them into this because they want a target rich environment to like. Once you kind of like look at it from like, if you were a pimp, what better environment that would you want? That a woman like when she's 18, 19 is going to take on massive amounts of debt. She's going to be she's like being told that like being sexually promiscuous is a good thing. If she is married, then she gets a like literally no fault divorce, meaning like no reason is provided to get divorced. It's unreasonable by definition. And then if she gets pregnant, again, she has no reason. She can provide no reason. She just wants to kill her kid. And then on top of that, you have her like, was it 20% of women are on SSRIs or some sort of antidepressant medication? And then on top of that, this whole like, to go back to the abortion thing, even the just getting rid of elective abortion is not enough. You also have to get rid of these hormonal birth control because that also fucks with their mind. So you fucked with the chemicals in these women's bodies, which is fucking with their brain. You're telling them that like killing their kids is good. You're telling them getting divorced. You're telling them to be promiscuous, be sexual liberal, and you're getting them to take on hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. This is a pimp mentality. You know what I mean?
I've got the timer set for you, not so erudite. That was 6 minutes and 45 seconds. The floor is all yours. We'll start it on your first word.
Sure. Feminism, I'm sure you guys won't be surprised by what I say, has done more good than harm. At its core, feminism is the extension of a simple moral principle. Women are full human beings entitled to the same basic dignity, liberty, legal protection, and opportunity as men. That principle is not foreign to the American tradition. This nation was built on lofty ideas rooted in Christian theology, in Roman law and Greek philosophy. From those traditions came our understanding of human dignity, citizenship, justice, and government under law. Feminism belongs within that inheritance. Once a society accepts that people possess inherent worth and that the law should protect their liberty, the question of women's rights becomes unavoidable. That is why feminism is necessary. In a nation committed to freedom, some form of feminism is also inevitable. Women did not begin asking for rights because a university, foundation, or political organization manufactured their dissatisfaction. They encountered the principles their civilization already possessed and asked for those principles to apply to them as well. At the most fundamental, the feminism I am defending is the empowerment of women and the promotion of femininity as something worthy of respect and social value. It does not require women to live in one approved way.
So she just wants respect and social power. That's the whole thing. Like, there's no like these key things that feminists advocate actually benefit the system, and here's the stats to prove and all this kind of shit. It's just I want respect and I want power. It's just all ego with these cunts. All ego. You know what I mean? I was sitting next to Jungle and this, like I said, all that was running through my head was this meme.
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
Unbelievable.
It asks that women possess enough security and authority to build lives that reflect their talents, obligations, and convictions. It also insists that motherhood, care, and traditionally feminine contributions should not be dismissed as a lesser form of human achievement. There is an important difference between protection and dependence. A woman whose security rests entirely upon the goodwill of a father or husband may be safe when that man is good. But human beings are fallible, as we all know. Men can be cruel, negligent, absent, or irresponsible. A legal system should not assume that every woman will always have a benevolent man standing between her and disaster. The ability to own property, retain earnings, receive an education, participate in government, and leave a dangerous marriage are not indulgences. They are safeguards against the ordinary failures of human character. Feminism did not invent a...
Oh, shit, I was muted. And just like think about like this whole thing, and we'll get into that with the whole sporadic, you know what I mean? Like note the body language. We do the body language stuff when we're doing the interrogation footage and through the deductionist files and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Note the body language. Like calm, cool, collected. But once they get into the open, it's like, oh my god, what did it do? And there's like both hands on the mic, you know what I mean? All this kind of shit, constantly fucking like darting from side to side and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But just keep in mind all the shit she's saying right now. And like got Lindsay Clancy. Like you're talking about like, oh, we have to rely on men being benevolent. Aren't you guys relying on women being benevolent? You know what I'm saying? Also, fair point, Shantae. Feminism ruined my life. Question: why? What did you do? A answer: exist. We're all a statistic. What can I say, man? What can I say? Did she even write that herself, or where did she read that? ChatGPT.
Abuse. It didn't invent abandonment. It did not create unhappy marriages. It gave women greater power to survive circumstances that already existed. Nor did feminism suddenly cause women to begin working. Women have always worked. I'm sure Rachel will probably agree with me on this. Their labor took place on farms, inside family businesses, in factories, and within the home. Poor women rarely had the luxury of avoiding work altogether. The major transformation was not simply that women entered the workforce, it was that more women could prepare for sustained careers. Education became an investment in a future rather than an accomplishment expected to end at marriage. Women could develop the talents that earlier societies often ignored or confined in a very narrow range of uses. Society gained enormously from that change. Women became doctors, scientists, lawyers, entrepreneurs, and public officials in far greater numbers. Their intelligence could serve institutions beyond the household without ceasing to benefit their families or communities. None of this means that every feminist has been smart or...
You can hear the dry mouth. You could hear the dry mouth. You know, or that mouth's getting dry. That Adderall gives you the dry mouth.
Wise. Some feminists have treated motherhood as a burden rather than a vocation. Others have shown hostility towards marriage, religion, men, or femininity itself. I have no interest in defending every slogan produced under the feminist label. A movement that has existed for generations includes millions of people who will contain foolishness alongside those people. But that is not the question before us. The question is whether the broad historical movement towards women empowerment, legal equality, education, and political participation has produced more good than harm. I believe the answer...
I'm not joking about the dry mouth, by the way. Common side effects of Adderall include decreased appetite, trouble sleeping, dry mouth, and an increased heart rate. Anxiety, nervousness, or irritability. I'm just saying, I'm not making accusations. I'm just asking questions. You know what I'm saying? Oh, golly.
There's every modern social problem and places it at feminism's feet. Divorce, failing fertility, loneliness, and declining happiness are treated as the predictable cost of women's freedom. That explanation is far too simple. The same period contained enormous economic and technological upheaval. Industrialization alone altered the household entirely. Urbanization weakened older community structures. Contraception changed family planning. Housing became more expensive, and the economy shifted away from manufacturing, while globalization and secularization changed the character of public face. Feminism participated in the modern transformation, but it did not independently cause everything that follows it. The fact that two developments occurred at the same time does not establish that one produced the other. We should consider the societies people most consistently choose to live in. The world's most prosperous, desirable nations generally possess strong legal institutions, broad access to education, political liberty, and substantial equality between men and women. It would be foolish to claim that feminism alone created their prosperity. It would be equally foolish to regard the relationship as meaningless. The nations most committed to human development tend to extend freedom and opportunity.
Do you guys pick up with that? It'd be foolish to say that feminism has created prosperity. You know? And like, it's literally this whole thing of like like we're just laughing our asses off. Like during this, we're just like, the fuck is this bitch even talking about? You know what I mean? It is ridiculous. But what can I say? Feminism is one hell of a drug.
To women because both commitments arise from the same conviction. Human potential should be cultivated rather than needlessly suppressed. This is part of the triumphant nature of the human spirit. People want to learn and contribute. They want to build meaningful lives that they and their loved ones can live in. A society flourishes when it gives that spirit room to breathe. Great nations do not become great by permanently limiting half of their population. They become great by allowing talent and moral agency to serve the common good wherever they are found. Feminism, therefore, belongs with the broader American tradition of civil rights and equal protection. It reflects the belief that inherited hierarchy alone cannot justify domination. Choice matters because virtue requires agency. The ability to act otherwise. Obedience may reflect goodness, but it may also just reflect powerlessness. We cannot know which one it is when
all about respect and power. We need feminism because we need more women to be respected and powerful. That's all she's saying. This is all this emotional diatribe, you know?
coercion has already decided the matter. The feminism I am defending tonight is not the claim that every difference between men and women is discrimination. It is the claim that women should be empowered and that femininity itself should not be treated as inferior, and that being female should not disqualify someone from full participation in society. That principle has corrected real injustices. It has made women less vulnerable to abuse. And it did, I'll jump ahead. I actually want to extend, Rachel, an invitation. I'm curious if you're open to this.
This is the beautiful part.
I think you're one of the strongest anti-feminist debaters that is working today. I think I'm also probably one of the strongest defenders of feminism, or hope you would grant me the same thing. We're both intelligent women who have considered and examined many of the same questions, and we've reached radically different conclusions, and I want to understand why. I do not want this to become only a contest of statistics and whatnot, and I don't want to get rid of the debate. However, I'd like to approach the conversation.
James, you're past your time, erudite. If you could just stop fucking talking.
In a feminine way. I
We're
want
at time.
Sure.
Well, if you want, I can give you a little, if you have a second sentence.
It's like, sure,
Rachel
2 sentences.
says yes, go ahead.
By that, I would like to approach it in a feminine way. And by that, I don't mean that I want Rachel and I to sit here and paint our nails and talk about our feelings. Don't worry, okay? You'll get your show, okay? However, I mean treating the feelings beneath, the femininity, the things that drive us beneath.
We're not just going to talk about feelings, but treating the feelings beneath. Bitch, what the fuck you talking about?
As meaningful evidence for what we're trying to protect. Because Rachel, you and I both want women to flourish. We genuinely do. And that to me seems like the proper place to begin.
Thank you very much for that opening.
And Rachel's like,
Shut your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here.
get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? We're going to treat feelings? You know? Let's be friends. Hi, friend. What the fuck you talking about? You know? Oh my god, man. 100% jungle, 100%. Like I said, man, shout out to the border. And like I said, after the stream, I'm going to be able to put the video behind the border. Then, like, see in the corners where it's kind of like glowing green, it'll make that even pop even more. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And then we won't get shit like, for example, when I do this, and you can kind of see it fucks up and all this kind of shit. I'm gonna have a set that it's like when I go to a different tab, it's gonna come up, it's gonna pop, you know what I'm saying? But, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, actually, we're going to go on the grift break. So, one sec. Let me put the banner up, of course. All right. Fuck, I forgot to put the banner for Modern Day Debate that we're reviewing. So we need to do that before I get back as well. But we're going to go to the grift break, ladies and gentlemen. So let me pull this down. And we're going to show you the new one, right? Because otherwise I just would have let it play through. But we got a brand new one, ladies and gentlemen, from our boy Jungle. Shout out to Jungle. Where is that? Yeah. So now we got ourselves. Oh, fuck. I fucked up. Un momento, por favore. Right. I need to lift it up just a tad. And then, one sec, let me go to base layout, pause screen. Okay, I think I've lifted it up too much. Ah, fuck. Listen, it's slightly off. It's slightly off, ladies and gentlemen, okay? I think I could do this. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Right? So this is the new pause screen, ladies and gentlemen. We shall be right back. That was the perfect time. You got any spare shekels? You know what I'm saying? Wait, what? Shut the fuck up, motherfuckers. Okay. This is like I said, next level. And I love the way it glows green as well. You know what I'm saying? So now's the perfect time. If you got any spare change in the wallet to donate to Leprechaun, all this kind of shit. Like I said, we making improvements, ladies and gentlemen. We making those improvements. And like I said, if you don't, no worries. Make sure you like the stream, share it out to your friends, family, all this kind of good stuff. And until then, folks, fill up the drinks, drain the bladders, get the old stretch going as well. You got to get circulation going. We got to focus on health. I mean, longevity, all this kind of good stuff. And until then, I'll be right back, folks. Enjoy the music.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road, they said me Connaught brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terria. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn him down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, Wackful Alderah. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Erin's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, Wackful Alderah. Now with me the leprechauns were grifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's tile and old twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, Wackful Alderah.
Yeehaw! Sugar! Well, I'm a little old leprechaun, 5 foot nothing in green. Got a rainbow for on me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the gold's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer, drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leafy Grift 6 night. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a country five god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. And now listen here, sugar, every coin that you see leprechaun you'll ever know. Can pee, feel me pull.
Yeehaw, folks. Shout out to Dolly Parton. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. You know, 80 years of age as well. You know, gotta give her props. Gotta give her props. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like just want to give a massive shout out to Jungle because, like, man, a lot of spice on today's stream. Like, I'm loving this new aesthetic. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of right on point because, like I said, we got the suits, we got the study, we got the lightning. We kept the lightning and the rainbow. Oh man, bellissimo, bellissimo. Welcome in, Jim, as well. Pull up a chair, get comfy, sir. Get comfy. You know. Can you teach us to piss and shit in the toilet too? Not surprised. Oh man, it's this whole thing of like, without feminism, women wouldn't get respect or thing. Bitch, would you ever shut the fuck up? Like, this whole thing. Like, before feminism, like, women were just, you know, locked in cages and all this kind of stuff. You know? Valline said, who said a man dominates his wife? I swear 90% left-wingers don't even know how to steal man a position to save their life. They don't indeed. And, like, being able to steal man a position is an important thing because if you're able to steel man it, then you understand it. Ergo, you're then able to become a better debater because you'll find out different ways to attack the actual said position. You know what I mean? Like the video, 100%. I have no powers. No, it should be speakeasy. Speakeasy. Where is it? What the? Did you catch Andrew tonight, Jungle? Oh, 100%. 100%. I joined just right as, like, the dude was like, before one dude's left the panel and he was like, I'm gonna smash your fucking face in, Andrew, or some shit like that. And it's like, okay. Looks like these guys got upsetty spaghetti, you know? Prove you don't take it up the ass. You know? It's Speakeasy. Yeah, Speakeasy is the thing. So make sure you follow Speakeasy. Again, go over to the Rumble. Even if you don't have a Rumble account, that's no excuse. Just create a Rumble account, give them a follow on the Rumble. And if you got some spare coinage as well, help them out on the merchandise as well. You know, it's limited edition items too. So like the Open Panel Purge, Jeremy and King hoodies, they're all limited edition. So once they sell out, just like the average hoodie, that's sold out. Now it's gone. You know what I mean? So I don't want to be hearing any nagging or complaining. You know what I mean? I gave the Yak Man a little upgrade to some things. Exactly. You know, a whole new aesthetic. A whole new aesthetic. You know what I'm saying? Why do this song hit so bad? Love it. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. You know? What else we got? And while you're over on Rumble, you might as well give us now a follow on Twitch. We're multi-platform. We're streaming to both Twitch and Rumble at the moment as well. Still need to do a couple of fixes and tweaks over on the Rumble side, but that's going to come part and parcel with the new thumbnails as well. Like I said, man, we're on fleek. We're on fleek. You know, no I refuse. See you, crazy. See you, unbelievable. Jungle was crying during the break. Shante.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop you fucking lying.
Why you lying? Why you lying, Shante? On fleek. Exactly. Holy shit, Royd, man. Mm-hmm. The old steroid, and it's obvious that they're on steroids. You know? She'll have like all these big muscles, but they'll be fat as fuck at the same time. You know? And they're the ones that's going to be talking to you about nutrition. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You know? Twitch and Rumble. My man. My man. Not so feminism is a devil in disguise. I'm telling you, man. You gotta be careful about these feminists. You gotta be careful, folks. Right? But without further ado, let's get back into it. Also, pull up a chair, get comfy, BB. Welcome in, welcome in.
Opening statement, not so erudite. With that, we'll jump into the open dialogue. We'll let this be as organic as you guys would like. Sure. So we'll let you take it from here. I'll only jump in if it gets really crazy.
Okay, so I'm actually very curious about your relationship to feminism. Like, what got you interested in feminism, and specifically concerns about feminism and its impacts on society? Like, what personally in your life or ideologically?
Well, that was a beautiful.
We're going to get into it, folks. We're going to get into it. Also, shout out to Truth Revolt for $5. Shante was in Andrew's chat saying how Candace is her bestie and loves erudite's eyebrows. Unbelievable, Shante. Unbelievable. What can I say? Salutes to you, sir. Let me play the money clip for that one. See you, Shante. Unbelievable. All right. Shante, we're not mad. We're just disappointed. Just disappointed, Shante. You know what I mean? And we got Abe and Chaz as well. Welcome in, El Presidente. How's things? Pull up a chair, get comfy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Abe. Abe's been on, what is it, a couple of months? But he's back now, baby. He's back now, baby. You know what I'm saying? And we got Jim Bowden with the $50 over on the Ko-Fi, ladies and gentlemen. Let me give you a short and clear for that one, Jim. Ladies and gentlemen, are we having fun yet? Thank you very kindly for the support, Jim. And actually, I'll play the Australian clip as well.
What's going on? I'm just waiting for a mate. Is that why your car's all smashed up and you're up on the grass at the moment, or what? Yeah.
He's just waiting for a mate. He's just waiting for a mate. Salutes to you, Jim. Thank you very kindly. God bless the Irish. 110%. I can get behind that message. I can get behind that. We also got Just Me, Stacy. Welcome in, Stacy. I heard it through the grapevine. Just kidding. Hey, it is what it is. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Flurf believed the Candace shit. She was telling me how I love BLM and shit. God damn. You're involved in BLM now as well, Shante? Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Back and ready to full tilt boogie. My man. My man. That's what I'm talking about, baby. You know? I thought Flurb was a man. Well, you never know. You never know, you know? He can play, though. Exactly. Exactly. Salutes, Mr. President. Yeah, nah, fuck that. Out of that hole. I'm not sure what you mean, but I agree with you, Nick. I agree with you. We got Iwan. Welcome in, sir. Pull up a chair. Get comfy. Get comfy, folks. But this is like the part of the debate where everybody in the audience just got like weirded out. It was like, do you remember when you're a kid and you're on the playground, and like the goofy kid that like eats like worms and shit like that, like comes over and like starts trying to be your friend, And everybody in the group started looking at me like, what the fuck is going on? And that's basically what everyone kind of felt in terms of like with Erudite. It's like, wait, you're trying to like do this whole like let's be besties after like all this shit that you've talked and all this kind of shit. You want to now be besties and shit like that? What the fuck is this? You know? Just saying. I heard fat positivity is on the way out post 2010. True that, man. True that. We're back. We're rationalizing once again. You know what I mean? Eats worms. No. Jack doesn't eat worms. He microwaves steaks. Get it right. Get it right. You know? But let's hear more.
Opening, and I appreciate all the sentiments therein, but none of this addresses the fact that we are about to fall off a demographic cliff that will make all of these beautiful, lofty sentiments mean absolutely nothing. Because as you addressed in your opening, it's not a coincidence that feminism did not exist until the industrial and technological revolutions. You need technology and first world living standards to have this idea that we can just push women into the workforce. Everyone can follow their dreams and do what their heart tells them to do, and everybody should have choices and all that sort of thing. But if we don't have enough men to run this first world standard of living, we will be like the only places in the world that are still below replacement birth rates, which would be like Africa, Pakistan. That's where we're going to be if we don't solve the demographic problem. So as much as I would love to talk about how we feel and what got us into this, I'm concerned by the fact that I like air conditioning. I live in Texas, okay? I like power, I like infrastructure, and we won't have that if women don't start producing the next generation of workers who can maintain the standard that allows women to even think about whether they want to have babies or become doctors.
Okay, yeah, if you want to just do the boys' way, we can just do the boys' way.
I don't think it's inherently male
Let's do the
to have
boys' way,
concerns
bitch.
about the rational,
It's a
real-world
joke. It's a joke,
implications
Rachel.
of
It's
what's
okay.
happening with feminism.
It's a joke. It's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I don't...
Okay, so let's maybe get into the starting point then for you. So at what point, what's the period you think is most prolific for feminism really changing the she economy that you described? Is there a window of time?
Would be the 1970s.
What happened in the 1970s?
I'm glad you asked.
You're so welcome. We're
What
tag teaming
happened
this, really.
in the 70s was we had just been through the Vietnam War, which was very unpopular and extremely expensive, and the U.S. Treasury needed more income tax coming in. And this was at the exact same time that the Rockefellers and the Fords created gender studies. They passed Title IX and started handing out college scholarships and funding for women to go to college like candy, and we saw over 20% increase in females in the workforce just in that decade alone. By the 90s, women were on par with men. And what happened at the same time as that is Roe v. Wade and the birth control pill. So women started
And
only
the gold
having...
standard getting removed. That one's kind of important too.
What's that?
Well, the gold standard got removed as well.
Sure. I don't
Well,
think...
that's economically super important, right?
It's important, but
What
I
do you
don't
mean
think...
it's important? We fundamentally changed our
But-
relationship from the gold standard, the petrodollar, under Nixon in
But
1971.
that's not why women joined the economy.
But
That's
that
not why
might
women
explain economic
started...
changes, no?
No, it doesn't.
The gold standard.
Because what you're not understanding is it's about the birth rate. It's not that women working is a problem if they were still having 2.2 or 2.5 babies per woman. But when you tell women, hey, spend all your fertile years going to college and starting a career and don't even think about settling down and having kids until you're 31, which is the average age that a woman is having her first child now, that's a serious problem. And we have historical examples of countries who've gone through this. Russia is a great one. They made abortion legal and paid for in state hospitals under Lenin. And it was so bad, like the demographic cliff was so bad for Russia that by the time Stalin came to power, he had to roll all of that back. But because they were communists, they wanted to push women into the workforce. You need workers to have communism. Women needed to be working. And they tried to do women workers and pronatalism at the same time. It did not work. They've never recovered
all
their
economies
birth
need
rate.
workers, right? The most important piece of basically capital investment
Sure.
is human
Which is
human
why
capital.
you could also look at South Korea, which is a very capitalist, Western-style economy, but has also been taken over by feminism. And they have 0.7 births per woman right now. There's not going to be a South Korea in the next 20 or 30 years if they don't turn it around.
I'm curious, what's the number one correlate to declining birth rates in a nation?
Women's access to higher education.
Correct. Yes, women's access. It's actually everyone's access to higher education. So I'm curious, would you consider Saudi Arabia particularly feminist?
Not particularly feminist,
Qatar?
no. But no.
Okay, so the Gulf states also have declining birth rates, but feminism isn't causing that. What's happening there?
Because they've started.
Saudi Arabia, famous for feminizing. Qatar, famous for feminizing.
They have started letting women work. They've started allowing things like birth control.
Their birth rate's been declining for a long time. Actually, it's below replacement now.
Yes, everybody in first world economies where there's urbanization, industrialization, as I explained, that's what enables feminism.
So isn't it urbanization that?
Actually, he's like trying to like talk about like Saudi Arabia and all this kind of shit. Unbelievable, Habibi. Unbelievable. And that's not pointy shoulder yak. That's the chair, okay? That's the chair, Shantae. Shut the fuck up, Shantae. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But notice she tried to do the whole thing of like, oh, let's be like bestos and girlos and all this kind of shit. Let's go play with some fucking glitter or some shit like that rather than do the debate and all this kind of stuff. And then she goes, okay, let's do what the boys do. And it's like, you mean debate? It's like, this whole thing of like women deserve respect. Women deserve power. You just demonstrated why they shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable. Also, don't forget to smash the like button. You know what I mean? BB pointed it out. It's the chair. Like I said, my shirts are arriving tomorrow. You know what I mean? They all moved to Ireland. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure how MDD had not so feminist on 2x speed and Rachel on normal speed for speech. Good points. What can I say, man? Adderall, one hell of a drug, you know? Man, Jungle is like just constant bangers. Constant bangers. Like I said, one sec. Let me add this in as well. Let me play the video.
Here, I feel like there's an
not
interesting
until
thing.
you push women into the workforce and they stop having kids. Again, if women were working as nurses and still having 2.5 kids per woman, I would have no problem with it. But nothing you're addressing tells me what we're going to do about this.
Well, nothing you're pointing to says it all falls at the feet of feminism, right? What you're pointing to right now.
Why did the women stop having babies?
Because of modernization through increased education. Saudi Arabia, I'm so sorry. As much as you want to insist Saudi Arabia is feminist, it's certainly not. In fact, do you know why women in Saudi Arabia are pushed into education? It increases their dowry value. That's why. Because it's like
that sounds like an Islam problem.
Well, Victoria, England did this as well, where essentially they view proof of education as good genetic stock, so it makes that wife a more valuable woman. So
right, but
I don't know what's
nobody had a
feminist
birth
about
rate
that.
crisis in Victorian England.
Well, the thing that you have to disentangle here is why is Saudi Arabia having the same problems that you're falling at the feet of feminism? And I'm saying it looks more like modernization might be the problem here. And Saudi Arabia certainly has both modernization, but it certainly doesn't have feminism. So you're going to have to answer the Qatar Gulf
CDC and the
problem.
United Nations both say that the main correlate for declining birth rates is sending women to college and sending them to work.
I didn't disagree with that.
As a mother
That's just not
of 5,
feminism.
As a mother of 5, you cannot have more than maybe 1 child and work full time because you have to outsource motherhood to daycare, which is expensive. What do you mean, why?
Why do we have the runaway cost issues in America?
Runaway what?
Cost issues in America.
It's not runaway cost issues. It's the fact that
it's not affordable right now.
You can't make daycare cheap enough for it to offset the cost of a woman working full time. That's math. How are you going to make daycare cheap enough that a woman can have 5 babies and work a full-time job? And why would you want that?
Well,
why don't we want mothers? Any mothers here love having to send their kids to be raised by someone else all day? Do you guys
the question,
like that?
again, you can narrativize, but the question I'm actually trying to pose you and get an answer to is, What changed in the 70s, as you claim, where women started becoming dual income earners? What changed in families? What was going on? And you were like, the gold standard.
Are you asking
that doesn't
what?
matter.
No, I'm telling you exactly what happened. And this is not me. This is the U.S. Department of Labor, the U.S. Department of Commerce. All the sources in my slides say that in the 70s, the reason was because we had a huge income tax deficit because of the Vietnam War. At the same time that they had passed birth control legislation making it legal. And not only that, making it free and cheap and socially acceptable. We had Roe v. Wade, now everybody can get an abortion. And at the same time, you start pushing through the culture through a massive propaganda campaign, through things like, remember the Stepford Wives movies, remember the Mary Tyler Moore show? The 70s were just saturated with girl boss empowerment stuff. I was born in 1980 with She-Ra and Madonna and, telling women that motherhood is a ball and chain, that the smart girls go to college and have their own money and they don't need a man. So you've got this cultural propaganda campaign, you've got government money subsidizing college, which is why it's so expensive, by the way. And then you've got birth control and abortion. Okay. So the trend becomes, go get your bag, go get your career. Men are icky and bad, they're gonna abuse you. Children are a ball and chain that are gonna hold you back. You need to go to work.
Sure.
And that's what women do. They
still haven't gotten an answer to the Gulf states. Seems like that one is just
still haven't gotten an answer to how you're going to do feminism with no more babies.
Rachel, you have to let me talk for us to have a conversation, right? I'm letting you speak. Give me some space to speak as well, right? So let's talk a little bit about the 70s.
Go ahead, Kyla.
If you want, Rachel, just monologue. I can just sit here if you want. But if you want the debate and show, I have to participate too.
Crying victim.
So let's talk a little bit about the 70s.
She loves to cry
So
victim.
the 70s is where, what did you say, what percentage increase?
It was something over 20%.
Until 20%, so 70s to what? What was the 20% point? Was it the 90s, 2000s?
No, just in the 70s alone, I believe it went up. No. Female labor force participation went way up in the 70s. It was the biggest jump, and then it continued in the 80s and 90s,
yes.
and now we have about equal numbers.
So I'm going to show you a beautiful thing that we can do in the world, okay? This is a graph. This is a very, very wonderful graph that makes your point look true. This is your point, okay? So we've got 1975, we've got 39%. It's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, okay? You're gonna love it. And by 1990s, we have that almost 20% jump to 58%. And look how steep that looks. Very spooky, spooky graph. The issue with cherry-picked data is that if you zoom out and include all data that's relevant, suddenly spooky lines don't look so spooky. In the 70s, nothing magically happened at all, actually. We had a consistent trend of women since the 1950s going into workplace, particularly married women, because unmarried women always participate in the workforce. Yes. If you actually want a spooky graph with a big jump, the major points when women entered the workforce at astronomical numbers, was a 10% leap in like 4 years, is this graph. It was World War II. This is the only notable moment. If you'll notice on this graph, it's all the same trend line. So if you're gonna blame everything
Wait a minute.
Hold on, let me finish my thought, then you can attack it. If you're gonna blame everything from 1970s forward, you're gonna have a tough time because the data shows that it's the identical trend since the 1940s. And if you zoom out 200 years, you get this graph, which is a U. So once you actually look at the whole comprehensive story, your narrative falls apart really quickly because nothing remarkable happened in the 1970s except for one thing. And I'm curious if you know what actually happened in the 1970s.
Well, instead of playing pop quiz Kyla, first of all, here's my
so good.
It's just your typical debate move.
I just want to be clear. If you don't know words,
what do you think happened to this? What do you think about this? What happened here? Okay.
I just want to be very clear before we get to the personal.
I thought we were going to take turns.
Well, if we're going to get to the personal insults, I'm just going to quickly respond.
I didn't insult you. I just pointed out that your strategy is to pop quiz your opponent. It's something you do in every debate.
So thank you. The front loading of saying my opponent Kyla will just happen to know way more technological
being offended,
information and knowledge
to the actual point.
I mean,
know
I'll
you
take
wanted
it.
to have a girl debate, but I would like to stick
No,
to
you said the boy
actual
debate.
argument.
So here we are, baby girl. You want the boy debate? We're here.
Yeah, we're doing it. What happened?
So, what happened in the 1970s? Again, that's so magical.
What happened after World War II?
What happened after World War II?
all those women who went to work. What did they do?
Did
they go back home?
5%.
Yes, they did.
Well,
they went
5%,
back home.
and then look, the same line of best fit from before World War II. Because you know what made women go back into workplace? Access to new technologies that made it easier to go back to the workplace.
Of course.
That's what made them go back.
You haven't heard me say this the 3 times I've heard it. Industrialization and technology allowed for this. Yes, obviously.
But we want to throw it at the feet of feminism.
My point. That doesn't address the point of what you're going to do about the demographic cliff we're about to fall off of. Do you understand how you can possibly have feminism in a world? If you're going to keep interrupting me, I'll just ask for time.
I'll ask my question after you're done.
If I interrupt you, it's a big problem. But apparently, I can't speak. I need to participate in order for this to be a conversation, Kyla.
Ideally, yeah.
So.
When you monologue for 5 minutes straight, yeah, typically I need to be able to respond.
We don't have to spend 40 minutes on what happened in this decade or why women worked.
You certainly don't want to.
Again,
yes.
The point of everything we're talking about here is that, yes, thanks, James. Nothing you're saying addresses the fact that we are about to have a collapse of our first world standard of living. This economy in the West, and it's ubiquitous across all Western nations. In fact, it's so congruent across all of them that it's kind of crazy. Like Statistics Canada has the same GDP numbers that the United States has, that Australia has, that Western Europe has, which is when you push women to go to college and have careers and have their own money and be financially independent, they listen and they do that and they say, if that's what's expected, I'm not going to have kids. Now, again, we can go back and prove this is what happened in Russia, and it didn't matter how many pro-natalist campaigns they had. Women said, if I got to work full time, I can't have 3 or 4 kids. It doesn't work. You look at South Korea, same thing. They don't have communism. They don't have pro-natalism. It's a capitalist Western-style economy, and they can't even reproduce the Korean woman.
Okay.
It's a serious problem that arguing over the gold standard or the 70s or women should have choices. First of all, they've always had choices. Second of all,
just less.
If you don't address this problem, you can kiss feminism goodbye. You won't have it anymore. It won't exist.
There's this really famous, actually you introduced me to this researcher, Joseph Miller, because you cite him a few times. There's a great conversation that the anti-suffragettes had where they insisted that, oh, by God, if the feminists, if all this happens, the world is going to collapse. People have been insisting that the world is going to collapse in the next 10 years. I mean, they're like climate people as well. We're insisting that we were going to die in the next 10 years as well. It's just fear mongering that's not typically based in reality. Now, I know you want to run away from counter information that is disconfirming of your narrative, but you still need to deal with the Gulf states, right? Qatar having declining birth rate. It's not feminism.
Is
it's
that a first world
modernization.
country you want to live in?
No, I want to live here, which has feminism and a booming GDP and one of the best countries on the earth. That's why I'm here.
Well, what are we going to do? Yeah, it's great. It's great right now, but your field of psychology that you got your degree in is so oversaturated. We have, and it's almost all women. It's like 88% women.
Not going to deal with the Gulfs though. We're just going to run from that one. I'll just come back to it. It's fine. I'll write it down.
You have to hear.
I'll write it down. It's okay, James. I'll write it down.
Adderall.
Good one.
It doesn't address the problem that you have, which is the paradox of pushing women into work and telling them to be career women like you, and then they don't have children. How are you going to perpetuate the next generation? Do you realize that the complex systems first world economies rely on can only suffer about a 5% loss of skilled male workers? And right now in this country and all across the West, we have all of the Gen X and Boomer men who know how to run complex water sewage treatment centers, keep the power grid up and running. These are highly skilled things. You can't just get someone from Pakistan, put them in a 6-week course or whatever, and make them a power lineman. You can't do that. These men are not replaceable. We have to start having babies, or you're going to have short-term boom. That's what we've got now, at the expense of long-term stability. And it's not fear-mongering, it's math. The World Health Organization, the UN, and Elon Musk talk about it all the time. Hey, we're already seeing supply chain shortages. We're already seeing problems in keeping up the infrastructure. Trump ran on the fact that most Western nations, including the US, have shit infrastructure. We have water lines in LA that are 100 years old, blowing up all over the place. What, 6 or 7 of them in the last 2 weeks?
Okay, we have to do like a timer at this point. I don't even.
So
if you want to, I want to talk to you, and if we want to talk to each other, we have to go point by point. Like if you monologue at me for 5 minutes straight with multiple points, they're all valid points, and I want to talk to you about all of them.
I just have one question. How are you going to solve the birth rate crisis?
Answer mine first. How do we do that?
There's no future without more people.
How do you reconcile the fact that you're claiming in the 1970s feminism infused a bunch of women to the workplace, but we actually see the largest boom of women? Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done.
It doesn't even matter for my argument.
The largest boom of women entering the workplace is right before the golden age of capitalism in America, right? That's what we see when the American currency becomes the gold world reserve currency. So if you want to blame it at the 1970s, my question to you again is, what actually magically happened? Because based on all of the actual data, nothing transformative happened. Manufacturing was starting to die by the 1950s, right? We have the Triffin dilemma, which is a much better understanding of, if you don't know the word, just ask, just saying, okay? The Triffin dilemma is a huge issue that causes massive trade deficits for America, and it causes an issue where people are always going to want to invest in America because, frankly, we're the best. We're the best at everything. So again,
we're just the best.
If you're going to say it's the 1970s,
that's a straw man.
It's not a straw man to say that you said the 1970s is when this took off, the she economy happened.
And I'll tell you, no.
That's not a straw man.
That was not in any way a pillar or linchpin of my argument.
So it's the 1950s?
No, birth rates have declined since industrialization.
You're right, like the
it accelerated.
Wait, isn't that like the 1870s?
I have already.
Maybe you mean those 70s.
Okay, when she's done, then I'll talk.
All right. I do want to make sure there's not too much interrupting. So if
let's do a game. We both talk for 2 minutes at a time. We'll have timers. How about that?
So condescending.
I appreciate that, but
Keyboard warriors.
I'm okay with keeping it organic as long as there's not too much interrupting.
Mrs. Turner, is it my turn to speak? Can I talk, teacher, please?
Because you're the only person actually being sane right now. If she talks for 7 minutes straight with multiple points,
just do 2 minutes. It's fine. I have
sure. I just want to let's go point by point.
All right, you guys agree on that? That's progress. All right. You guys
also,
are both
you're
okay
welcome.
with 2
You're
minutes.
welcome to interrupt
I'm
me.
setting
like when you
the
need
timer. Give me 1 second. And Rachel, you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
So the whole you're.
So I just want to check something real quick as well. Fuck. It is what it is. It is what it is. My man. But Jungle was just like, this whole thing, like the only clip that was running through my head was
This stupid.
this stupid bitch. You know what I mean? What's that? Let me. There we go. All right, and then to the left, Andrew's to Jungle, and to the left of that, like I think two is his girl, and then to the left of that is your boy. You know, the one that isn't Andrew. Yes, precisely. The more you know. Then let me do this, and then do this so I can see this. And we got this. Bellissimo. Horgan made that guy behind Andrew retarded. Pretty sure he's not retarded. Hey, there's American Nacho in the back end as well. Mama. You know, exactly. You raised a good son, so he has to be good. Mama. Facts, boys. Let's get back to it.
Also, you're welcome to interrupt
I'm
me. Like
setting
when you
the timer. Give me 1 second. And Rachel, you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
So the whole you're totally fighting a straw man. You completely made up this idea that my whole argument rests on something fundamental changing in the 70s. I'll just grant everything you said. Agrippa's trilemma, whatever you want.
Good one.
Birth rates have been on the decline since industrialization. I didn't say that no women ever worked before the 70s. I said that's the point where it really accelerated and took off and became mainstream, totally socially acceptable, the norm. Now, if you're a stay-at-home mom, that's the weird, creepy thing. That's when that changed. Doesn't matter. It started in the 1800s with industrialization, urbanization, and women going to work. Yes, that's when the birth rates began to decline. And the sexual liberation stuff, whether it's no-fault divorce, birth control pills, abortion, the overall thing, and the only thing that matters in this argument is what are we going to do about demographics? Because it doesn't matter what they're doing in Saudi Arabia. It doesn't matter when the gold standard happened. It doesn't matter when or how women got into the workforce. We are now in a position where all Western nations are in the exact same boat, that when you shove all the women into the workforce and tell them this is what you need to be doing and focusing on, and you need a 2-income household now to survive, no one has babies. Do you think that that's not going to be a problem?
I think that I think that we absolutely need to incentivize.
Kyla. Just to be clear, I'm going to give you full 2 minutes. If you want to use all of it, you can. Otherwise, you can kick it back to her when you want
Here's
to.
what I'll say. Let's just talk. If I start listing off like a bunch of points, just interrupt me. It's pretty simple.
No,
I don't know, guys. I know conversations are hard for like the autism in the room, but that's how they can work.
We're not going back. It was.
And then she starts taking shots at me for some weird reason. You know what I mean? Starts bringing up my autism. It's not my fault my mom took Tylenol, okay? This is, like I said, she's such a bigot, guys, you know? Got enough out there say, you look like a fresh covered skeleton. Miss you, bro. I think that means flesh covered skeleton. But don't we all? Don't we all? Praying for you, seriously praying for you, bro. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. But, like, she's just taking shots. You know, why am I getting, like, I'm catching strays. You know what I mean?
It's your idea to do 2 minutes. Let's give this a try.
Sure, I'll take 2 minutes precisely. Sure, we can do that. It's just going to be a terrible conversation.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, like, Rachel took 1 minute and 40
oh,
or so.
Fuck, I forgot that. Oh, my God, I forgot to put up the fucking banner. 1 sec, ladies and gentlemen. And to James over on Modern Day Debate, I do apologize for not doing this from the beginning. Sec. So again, make sure you get your asses over to Modern Day Debate. Give an L, subscribe, hit the bell, all this kind of stuff. Wait, do they not have a custom? Oh my God, they don't have the custom URL. But we'll work with it. We'll work with it, ladies and gentlemen. So. This should work. Oh yeah, sorry, you got rid of the channel. Shout out the jungle. There we go. Came up with like this random thing. There we go. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. There we go. I do apologize to the Modern Day Debate folk. James. Except my mom took Tylenol, you know, and Kyla was there taking shots at me during the debate of this. This is, damn it, Teriak. Hey, it is what it is. Let's hear the Canadian without children respond to this as a Christian. Exactly. And 1 second, let me just go back up a second so we get that.
2 minutes.
It
Let's
was
give
sardonic.
this a try.
Sure, I'll take 2 minutes precisely. Sure, we can do that. It's just going to be a terrible conversation.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, like, Rachel took 1 minute and 40 or so, and then she let you go for your 2 minutes. If you want to use a minute.
I want 10 seconds. Okay? Oh, I know. I'm so fast.
All right, but I'm going to kick it over to Rachel to use 2 minutes.
You just said industrialization is when women started going to work. That's false. Industrialization is when women stopped going to work. That's when women workforce participation declined in the 1800s.
What? Okay, so
hard for your narrative.
It's no. When you talk about women working, nobody thinks that working on your family farm or in your family business with your husband and your dad and everyone, nobody thinks, when we say women going to work, we're talking about dad leaves the house in the morning and goes to his place of business, mom leaves her house in the morning and goes to her place of business, and the kids get sent to daycare or public school. That's new. That's post-industrial. Nobody thinks that agrarian pre-industrial society where you're working the farmstead with your husband is women going to work. They were having 7 babies on average before industrialization per woman. That was fine. Even post-industrialization could have been possibly sustainable had we not introduced sexual liberation, sending women to college, delaying the first birth until you're 31. That is doom. It's demographic doom, and you don't have a way out of it, and you don't have an answer for it, which is why you want to talk about anything else.
Speaking of wanting to talk about anything else, still haven't gotten an answer to the 1970s question, which again,
I granted it.
You can laugh.
I granted it.
It is a hinge point of your narrative.
It's not.
It
I
is.
Granted it.
I
You're
asked you when.
completely
I
right.
asked you when.
You're completely right about the 70s. I'm just going to grant the, you get the
order in the
caboodle,
crowd.
Full point for you. Now,
All
what
right,
are you going to
folks,
do about
I need you
demographics?
to, just so the speakers can be heard, I do need you to keep it quiet in the audience. Is not so erudite. You have 2 minutes if you want to use it.
Sure.
Otherwise, we kick it back to Rachel for 2 minutes.
No, I'll use my 2 minutes.
Okay.
So the Gulf states, again, so the reason why you're acting like this isn't relative at all is because it's bad for your narrative, right? For example, Japan. Do you think that Japan was like a highly feminist country?
Yes, it's highly modern and industrial.
Post-1970s?
Women are absolutely expected to work in Japan.
Post-1970s specifically is when that feminist infusion really came out?
I don't know. I'm
You
not
got-
sure.
gotta
I'm
pick
not
a date.
sure.
If your
I'm
whole
not sure
narrative-
exact
If your
timeline
whole-
of Japan.
if we wanna
doesn't
stick-
matter to my argument at all.
If we want to stick with 2
Completely
minutes.
If your entire narrative,
Kyla, if you're asking her questions, it's
she needs
kind
2
of,
minutes per question?
It's kind of pushing back the 2 minute to her. Do you want to go with the 2 minutes?
So if I ask her one question, now you're going to give her 2 minutes. That's what we want to do?
This is your idea, Kyla.
Rachel, I'm not
Rachel
playing this
deferred to you, and she accepted your idea of 2 minute back and forth.
James. This is silly. Sure, I guess every question I ask you, you get 2 minutes. That seems ridiculous, but if that's how you want to moderate things, go off.
Was it you who asked for 2 minute responses?
Sardonically, yes.
And
Yeah.
Rachel deferred to you and said she's okay with it. So that's what we're doing.
Okay.
If you want,
All right.
you can say, hey, can we do 60-second responses so it's shorter? But you already brought up the 2 minute response
Okay,
idea.
let's talk about the 1970s since you're not going to answer the question and your narrative does hinge on it. Your argument is fundamentally this. In the 1970s, in fact, I believe your quote was, in the 1970s, something changed. And it wasn't these various economic factors that we've
That
been
was my
seeing
quote
for the
on
last
Joe
50
Rogan.
Hold on,
years.
we have to give her a chance. Go ahead, Kyla.
I didn't say that here, but I said that on Joe Rogan.
Correct. You also
Hold on.
said it
All
here.
right. Kyla, go ahead, finish your point.
Okay. In the 1970s, which is what you hinged it to in this conversation when I asked you what time feminism started infusing women into the workforce and the she economy began, you did say that. In the 1970s, the thing that you actually think that was magical that happened is called the Quiet Revolution. That's what you're citing. Claudia Golden's work, which, by the way, I chatted to her before this conversation. She loves your book, by the way. Claudia Golden discovered and coined the term the Quiet Revolution, which in the late 1970s, there was a revolution, not in an infusion of women in the workplace in the 70s. That was the same since the 40s. It's been a consistent progressive trundle up. What was different is women's relationship to work. Pre the Quiet Revolution, work was temporary, acute, and low-skilled for women because they understood they would have to go home and take care of kids. After the 1970s, they went, I think I could get an education and get long-term career prospects. So that's what's changed in the 1970s, that you're blaming all of the economic downturn, which I agree, there's a lot of economic problems on, which is not feminism. The 1970s, the economic problems that started there is connected to the gold standard and the Triffin dilemma.
All right, we can kick it back to Rachel. Both speakers have been told by the audience to shut up. So, Bob, if you can do me a favor, come to the front, is the next time someone does something like that, we're going to take them out of here, regardless of which speaker they're saying it to. All right, Rachel, 2 minutes.
So it wouldn't matter to me and to my argument whatsoever if Martians came down in 1910 and told the women to go join the workforce, and that's when it happened or how it happened or why. It doesn't matter to my argument one bit how, when, or why. It just matters that in every nation on planet Earth, when you send all the women into the workforce in huge numbers, they stop having kids. And what happens is what happened to Russia, what happened to China, what happened to South Korea, which is you don't have a future anymore. There is no next generation to continue on. There is no future if you don't show up for it. So if you think you can continue this first world industrialized type of economy that you moved here for because you love the United States, you said we have problems, I agree. I'm not blaming like economic problems on women. I'm saying, well, it's extremely inefficient and it's basically all propped up by men's tax dollars, as I proved in my opening. But it wouldn't matter. Like I could just grant everything you're saying. It wouldn't affect my argument whatsoever because we still have this problem, which is, do you want a future with human beings in it? Or do you want more crumble cookies and more psychologists and more interior designers at the cost of a future generation that can maintain first world infrastructure and complex systems that feminism relies on?
Gotcha.
I want you to answer that question.
Bitch. I really wish you had called her bitch there. You know what I mean?
So if your theory of everything, of all these problems that you've outlined, and I agree, a lot of these are legitimate problems. If your theory of everything is to put it at the feet of feminism, as you did in your intro statement, I'm going to say to you, I think things are probably a little more complex than you're giving it granted for. For example, as we've already agreed, although I think you forgot, it's not when you send women into the workforce that birth rates decline, it's education, as we've already talked about. But again, a really big kink in your armor for that narrative is that Gulf states don't have feminism, but they do have declining birth rates. And they don't typically let women broadly participate in the workforce. So what's going on in Gulf states? And the major difference is women getting education. Now, if you want to say that women getting education is feminism, I guess my question would be what your prescription is, that we just don't educate women at all. Because when you want to talk actually about economy, I would totally grant to you that men are the power engines of an economy in every single country. And I think that that's awesome. And I think that it's sad that men, I think oftentimes don't get the credit that maybe you deserve for their ingenuity into the GDP engine. But the reality of economics is that what matters most for a country is that you are economically competitive against other global nations. Would you agree that the relative competitiveness is what matters when we're talking about GDP?
Okay, so I'll just grant.
And again, like Rachel just continuously just like keeps saying it's like we're not, bitch, we're not talking about like the GDP. We're talking about like birth rates. We're talking about like we're about to go into a population the 100%. Again, Master Share, can we get some W's in chat for Jungle? Because like all these like assets that we've just been like slowly adding onto the stream and all this kind of stuff, man, it looks fantastic. Fantastico. Fantastico. I'm speaking the Italian because I can't even construe it in English alone. You know what I mean? Fantastico. Shout out to Jungle for this. But to actually make a commentary on the debate, because I've been trying to put all this together. Like what we're trying to point out is like this whole aspect of like the collapse of the population directly held at the fault of feminism. Like all these things that feminism advocates for. You know what I mean? And when you look at like, for example, she's talking about like the Gulf states and all this kind of shit, right? Saudi Arabia, which is in the Gulf state, is 2.3. That's their birth rate. Oman, 2.5. You know what I mean? And when you look at like those Gulf states, they have been heavily influenced by Western. Because if you were to compare it to the 1994 rates, Saudi Arabia is 5.16. So the whole thing of the trend, it is going down, right? But they're still in a safe zone, so to speak. I think it's like 1.6. Right? They've all went down because they've done this thing of like women going into education, women being allowed to drive, and like we need to focus on women's rights and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Dave's signing multiple crowns. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to help the lesbian invest towards internal infiltration of the LGBT movement. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I drew the short straw. Okay. Let's give you little guys a little inside loop. I drew the short straw, and they're like, Teriak, you're the dude that needs to infiltrate the LGBs. And I was like, don't worry. I can speak the women. Look at this motherfucker. This is a serious mission. Okay. This is a serious mission, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. But, I drew the short straw. They're like, okay, Teriak, we'll need you to change up the look a bit. You need to go more like Ellen Page, kind of like style thing. We're going to send you in. You're going to infiltrate the LGBT movement, and you're going to, like I said, do it for the boys. And I was like, yeah, don't worry, boys. I got it. That's my mission, to infiltrate the whole thing and bring this whole LGBT mind virus nonsense to a complete collapse. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. You know? Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country, folks. You know what I mean? Dye your hair again, purple this time. You're just making it worse, crazy. You're just making it worse. You know? You're like the sleeper cell LGBT. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Also, welcome in, Sniper. Pull up a chair, get comfy. That's what I'm saying. We all appreciate the help. We're all retards at the end of the day. We're all retards. But if we can help each other be better retards, or be less retarded, ain't that the dream? Fuck, you do look like Ellen Page. You guys really know how to break a man. You know? Unbelievable. But this is the thing you gotta remember. Haters gonna hate.
Haters gonna hate. And ain'ters gonna ain't.
That is not an actual thing people say.
The T in LGBT stands for terror. It will. It doesn't at the moment, but it fucking will. Right? You motherfuckers. Unbelievable. You missed the fact that Teriak is now identifying as a lesbian because he's here to invade the dykes. Exactly. We're going to break these dams apart. You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. But like this whole thing of, like, try and tie it back to the video because the roasting is going to get insane. This whole thing with like the Gulf states, blah, 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 but feminism is all this kind of shit. All these Gulf states have been heavily Western influenced. This is why like Iran's been bombing the shit out of all the Gulf states and all this kind of shit. Ever since the Iran war kicked off, like they've been sending drones into all these like Gulf state regions because they're all become like essentially Western friendly, you know? So your whole thing of like, oh, they haven't been influenced. Like, no, they have been influenced by this feminist mind virus, essentially. You know? Someone coming in saying, listen, folks, he has an Irish mom and sister. He can take it. Let him have all of it. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna take this shit down. We're gonna take it down, ladies and gentlemen. You know? Raised by a strong woman is our friend Teriak. Had to make his own bros. Exactly. Well, back to the debate.
To everything you said there. Simone de Beauvoir famously said in an interview with Betty Friedan that if we allow women the choice, most of them are going to want to stay home and have babies. I'm paraphrasing. Which is why she said we can't allow that. We shouldn't allow that. We should tell them that they have to go to work, which is what the CCP did. That's what the Soviets did. That's what a lot of the Asian nations have done. They've said, like China had a one-child policy because they were like, you ladies need to be working, right? What we see every time is that birth rates crash and those governments have to correct course. All of them have had to try, and what happens is it doesn't work. You've created an economy that depends on two incomes, that depends on women working, like you said. If it's the most important thing to be competitive in the global market, and these countries are having all their females work, then we got to do that too. And what I said in my opening is we're trading long-term stability for short-term gains, and it's coming back right now to bite us in the ass. So, yes, it's very complex. But how do we make babies? And what are we educating women for? Like, when I say education, I have no college degree. I went to cosmetology school, yet here I am with a best-selling book, debating on a world stage, doing all kinds of things, but I did it after, raising 5 human beings that are going to go off into the future and contribute. So I'm not now, nor have I ever been making the case that women can't learn, be educated. I'm self-educated. We have the internet now. We have more access to information than ever before in history. What we don't need to do is send women to a university, saddle them with an average of $60,000 in debt, expect them to start a career, and then they don't even start a family until they're 31 and it's almost too late.
Sure.
That's backwards.
So the reason why people invest in early on education is it dominantly comes from, again, capitalism and modernization, because what you do early on in life is going to have the most net returns, right? Anybody who knows anything about investment knows this, right? If you, as a young person, invest in education early and you are guaranteed a higher income, that will have net returns for your whole life longer.
Pipe down, bitch. So to bring up this quote, this direct quote from Simone de Beauvoir, right, which should not be overlooked. And again, shout out to Rachel Wilson. I highly recommend you just check out her book, Occult Feminism, because like she exposed like all this shit. And this is from a 1975 interview with Betty Friedan, right? And the standard English wording is: no woman should be authorized to stay at home to raise her children. Society should be totally different. Women should not have that choice. Ain't that a bitch? All these feminists saying, you know, we're pro-choice. We want to give women a choice. The fuck they do. The fuck they do. You know what I'm saying? That's actually a good one. I'm going to take note of that one as well, ladies and gentlemen. Someone send me the link to Rachel's book, and I'm going to put that in as a command as well. All right. Precisely because if there was such a choice, now this is one of the fucking pioneer feminists and all this kind of shit, right? From 1970s, right? Too many women will make that one. If the women have the choice to stay at home, this is directly from these fucking feminist cunts. They knew it, that if women had the choice to stay at home with the kids, they won't enter the workforce. It's a way of forcing women in a certain direction. So it's okay for these feminists to force women to do shit, but their husbands, how dare they? You see what I'm saying? Do you see how it works? Do you see how it works, ladies and gentlemen? I'm telling you, man. We were all lied to. But the lies end here, ladies and gentlemen. The lies end here.
Reason why men and women are choosing to get married later is frankly because of what we've taught them with the Protestant work ethic and being good stewards of their family and their children. The reality is I'm super happy that you've been...
What you mean? Well, we taught them to be good stewards. You're a feminist, bitch. You want to eliminate the choice for a woman to stay home with her children. That's Simone de Beauvoir. What was it, First Wave? When the fuck was First Wave? First Wave was what, 60s or 70s? You know what I'm saying? So like this whole thing of like being stewards of the household and blah, 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 blah. Complete bullshit. And the lies end here, bitch. Exactly, Hugh. Exactly. You know?
Really successful, right? You and Andrew are...
Thank you, Jungle.
You've got, I think you have a massive income at this point, right? That, your story isn't everyone's story, and it can't be, because not everyone can be a best-selling author or a world-traveling debater. The reality is that a lot of women who opt for the postponing education typically never go back to it. They never actually end up achieving, and it's really, really hard, actually, to be 36, no background of education, you haven't worked in years, to try to vie for now career prospects that will be sufficient enough to fund you and your child. I agree that the dual income issue poses the biggest issue for families, and it poses a problem for men and for women. And the reason that that's happening isn't feminism at all. It's runaway inflation, right? It is dominantly low, it's called the K-shaped economy, right? You have people who are lower income, they have less ability to negotiate wages because it is actually more profitable for businesses to offshore manufacturing because of the Triffin dilemma. If you can build a $2 toy and you can build it in Vietnam for 50 cents. But in America, because workers are more educated and expect higher income and their dollar is worth
10
more,
seconds.
you unfortunately have to offshore it. It's more effective. That's why manufacturing left. It's not feminism.
Well, a lot of early feminists wrote a lot about how once we achieved full Marxism and communism, because feminism is, there's a capitalist side. That's what my first book was about. But the second one is about the Marxist communist side, which wanted to destroy the family so that we could have women workers and we could have communally raised children where everybody's loyalty is to the state. And nobody can pass down private property or anything like that. When you send all the women to work early and you tell them they have to go to college and they invest all of their fertile years, those feminists over 100 years ago saw that this was going to be a problem, and they said, in the future, our main obstacle is going to be biology. We're going to have to overcome biology. We're going to have transgenderism. We're going to have artificial wombs. We're going to need some way of dealing with the demographic cliff that's caused by pushing mothers out of motherhood and into the workforce, because you can't do both. Motherhood is not a nights and weekends gig that you do when you have time and you're not at work. It's a full-time job that deserves full-time attention, and there's never going to be a way around that unless you do want everybody to do the Dave Rubin thing and, just buy designer babies, and we'll just outsource wombs, we'll outsource daycare, and by the way, who's doing that? Just other women. So for you and I, if we want to have kids, our privilege of going to work means some other random woman who doesn't care about our child is now going to be raising them for 11 or 12 bucks an hour. What about her? Is that liberating and empowering for her? Is it liberating and empowering for me to spend all day at work and not see my child take their first steps? Or does it make more sense to tell women, hey, look, you can do a lot in this life. There's a lot of living after 40. But, focus on family first. Find your husband, build your family, grow together. Your husband's income will grow as your family grows. And then after that, there is a ton of stuff that you can do. There's all kinds of other options.
Starting to sound like a Marxist socialist, Rachel. So I'll be the first to grant you that the way that America has its orientation towards mothers, particularly within capitalism, and the way that we, for example, don't give them any maternity leave. I think in many states it's 2 weeks here, which is crazy, right? There's very little tax credit incentives to make having a family more affordable for the common man, right? So there are many things that
we got it working, boys. We got it working. And I think, yes, we got a Nor on raid as well. Shout out to Rob Nor. Thank you very kindly. Let me play the clip.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you all for coming. Join us as we view the modern day debate. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in, everybody. All right. So we have the modern day debate. This is the link to the channel stuff. We're reviewing Rachel Wilson's debate where she absolutely humiliated Not So Bright. And again, this whole thing that lefties like to do. These liberals or socialists, whatever the fuck their kind of subcategory is, where they just pretend they don't understand the point you're making. Rachel's pointing out is we are going to go into a population collapse. And Not So Bright here is my GDP go up though. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, like I said, we just reviewed the quote, right? This is for everyone that doesn't know the quote. Right? Oh fuck, where are we at? Yeah, there we go, right? This is from Simone de Beauvoir. Stank French bitch, right? With Betty Friedan, right? In the 1975 interview where she says, no woman should be authorized to stay at home to raise her children. Society should be totally different. Women should not have that choice. I thought these feminists were all about being pro-choice, motherfuckers. Sounds pretty anti-choice to me. You know what I'm saying? Precisely, and this is the key line that Rachel points out, that these fucking demonic bitches, right? These feminists all the way back then said, precisely because if there is such a choice, that if women had the choice to stay at home and raise their kids, too many women will make that one. And then she says it's a way of forcing women in a certain direction. Direct quote. Alhamdulillah, Habibi. Right? So a woman, like this whole thing where they play this whole like victim card. It's like, oh my God, like the husband is forcing a woman to stay. You know what I mean? You feminist bitches do the exact same thing. You just do the exact same thing. All right? Let's get back to debate.
I think the government can and should do to make it so that family rearing is more affordable. The reality, though, that you're prescribing for people of the young girl who's at 19, stays home, gets married, has kids, number one, the reality is that those marriages are the most likely to dissolve. It's the highest divorce rate group is young people getting married. Second of all,
you know what? See what she just done there? The highest divorce rate is the young couples. It's like, yeah, but what you paired in with that is like the woman staying at home. What are the divorce statistics for households where the woman stays at home and takes care of the kids? Pretty fucking low. You know what I'm
saying? The reality is that that young man, he basically will have to sacrifice, if he even wants to begin to having any amount of income to be able to afford his 5 babies, for example. The reality is that man is going to entirely sacrifice his fatherhood, right? How many men here work more than 40 hours a week already? I believe, yeah. 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 How many of you work more than 50? More than 50 hours. More than 50. Yeah, you, sir, too? 60. We got an option. 80. Okay. Yeah. Men work so much. They work so much, and your prescription is that they miss their childhood's first steps. They miss talking to their kids. They miss fatherhood because they're attached to their GDP output to provide for their family because mom shouldn't work and shouldn't work for an economically viable option. That's ridiculous, right? That's actually telling young men, abandon your children for the next 10 years until you've made it. It is.
All right.
Now, again, here's a key aspect or a data point that like just completely destroys fucking not so bright position here, right? We have this thing called surrogacy, right? Surrogacy, right? The slow peoples, right? Now, women can get paid for surrogacy, where it's like basically says, listen, this is how like rent my womb essentially. You pay me some money, I'll rent my womb out and all this kind of shit, and you can have your baby, right? If it were purely an economic issue, right, that is like money is the biggest incentivizer, right? Why are we still in a birth rate crisis? Why aren't these women? Because in the United States, surrogates earn an average base compensation, just the base compensation of $45,000 to $75,000. We average that out about $60,000 on average for a surrogate. You don't need any college education. You don't need to take on a massive load of debt to get your college degree. Fuck, you don't even need to be high school. No education necessary. No education necessary. And you can start earning $60,000 a year, right? On average. What's the average salary in America? The national average annual salary in the US is $70,000, right? So you can literally just straight out of high school, you know what I mean? Nothing else needed. Nothing else motherfucking needed, right? With a total compensation packages reaching $60,000 to $110,000 plus when including allowances, benefits, and reimbursements. So if money was the motivator here, it was all about the economy, my GDP, blah, blah, blah. Why aren't we seeing women in masses doing surrogacy? Maybe it's more than just my GDP go up. Maybe it's just a little bit more than my GDP go up, ladies and gentlemen. Call me crazy. Call me crazy.
I agree. That's very bad. It's very bad for Rachel to do to men.
All right,
I've miscarried twice, but nice try.
Relax.
Didn't stick as well as you hoped it would, hey?
Go ahead, Rachel. We'll give you
death,
2
not
minutes.
So-
All right, in the back, keep it down.
Are they going to be exited or just the ones that are heckling the other way? I mean, he said weird stuff about my children. It's kind of weird.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he made some comment about me not having children.
Bob, can you find him?
Listen, we don't need to make any of this personal, guys.
Yeah.
Totally unnecessary. I
right.
care about
Help
the
us
arguments and the
find,
worldviews.
I
folks,
miscarried, but thank you for your concern. just
help
so you know.
us find that person. We're gonna walk him out. Folks. Sorry about that, Kyla. I honestly, I thought it was like they were agreeing with you. I didn't hear what they said, so
You're good.
I agree with you. Yeah, folks, don't bring up people's families. And again, if it's, I want to be easygoing, so if it's like something playful and you agree or something, like I'm not gonna flip out. But if it is malevolent toward one of the speakers, and we're just gonna take you out right now. So, who's 2 minute response? Go ahead, Rachel.
So Elizabeth Warren, of all people, wrote a
And just because of like that whole shit as well, and again, shout out to Rachel for saying don't be doing that and all this kind of stuff. Elevate each other to a higher standard. We do have a clip from Jungle, because like I said, I was keeping an eye on chat, but this has got to be done, right? Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, okay? We have a special mission for your boy Yak, right? Yeah, they kicked out the lefty finally. My man. Right? But 60, 70K seems low. Don't worry. Like the main thing there is that it's like with zero education, right? Like all the woman has to do is just like sign up for surrogacy. Like she's 18 years of age, like didn't even pass, like flunked out of high school. Like forget about college, flunked out of high school. She can get 60 grand a year, and they're not doing it, which means the financial motivation, this whole thing of like the economy and all this kind of shit, it's just complete bullshit from everybody. You know what I mean? And that's, again, shout out to Rach for saying, it's like, we don't need to give them like ammunition saying, see, they're a bad person, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But where's the comments? And yeah, and like I said, that's like base. That's base. There's like all like the compensation, reimbursement, all this kind of stuff that they get comp for as well. You know what I mean? But where's the... Pretty sure it was Are We Not Men that said it, right? Only lesbians eat ribs with a knife and fork. No, it's a test to see whether or not the ribs are good or not. If you can eat ribs with a knife and fork, top level. And don't forget to call Tarek a lesbian. Exactly. We got a clip for it now and everything.
Cheers. Girl power. I am a lesbian. I bring lucky charms, and I'm hoping you search my rainbow for me pot of gold. Ready, ladies? Let's go back to my place and play hide and seek.
book called The Two Income Trap. And there's a reason why you could still, post-industrialization and post-technological revolution, have a janitor who could support a family of 6 or something like that on a single income, and now you can't. Yes, there's lots of economic factors, but the biggest one, and the one that's different than every other economic downturn throughout all of history, is that when you push, and this is, proponents of feminism actually say this. They say, oh, it's great when you send all the women and the moms to work, you get this much higher luxury standard of living, you get a higher GDP. But they'll also admit that this does create a reliance on that. So we're building sectors of the she economy around things like education. Women dominate healthcare and education over every other type of job, and then everything else is like cottage industry stuff like Etsy. Like I have an Etsy shop and I have a brownie shop. You guys see like the 5,000 different cake and cookie shops that are in every single mall now. It's like, how many of these do we need? We started offshoring all of our, manufacturing and all of that. This is all bad stuff, but it was made possible. It was made possible by pushing all the women. Now we have all this new labor. This was what the big industrialists of the Gilded Age did. Get the women into the factories, pay them cheap labor, like you said. This was the beginning. Then you passed the income tax. Now we're taxing 2 people in the household instead of just 1. Then we passed compulsory education systems. Now you have to send your child to public school, and you have to pay the taxes for that too. So the net result of all of these things coming together and creating this new great society is the daddy is your government now. Or the government's your daddy now. Sorry, I switched it. The government's your daddy now. And all those men who just raised their hand who work 50, 60 hours a week, how many of you would prefer your wife to go to work and your children to be raised in daycare so that you can work less?
None.
None.
Of course not.
Exactly. So, again,
They prefer to be home with their kids as well. I suspect they would probably prefer to be able to know your kid's first words. You don't want to watch your kid walk for the first time. You don't want to be there. You just want it on film footage because you're at work.
Andrew worked 60, 70-hour weeks for 12 years and still was a very, integral part of the kid's life.
Well, the issue is it's not a critique of dads and saying that you guys are bad dads. I think you guys are probably excellent dads who love your kids. And in fact, you're working to provide for your kids. But this idea...
But it defeats our point. They're already working the 50, 60 hours. You know what I mean? If the women were to stay at home with the kids, they'd still work the 50, 60 hours. Like, why should we not create an environment so the men actually get paid more? You can have a single income household and the women are staying home with the kids. Erudite has the power shoulders going. She's trying too hard. It's like the Michael Jackson look. She went for the Michael Jackson look. Doesn't work. You know what I mean? As a former white landowner in Hawaii, never go there. They hate whites. But it's like what? Anti-white, anti-Christian, anti-male. You know? What you're going against. Like I said, I gave you... we have the command should be working now in chat as well. Shout out to Rachel. Go check out the book. Why is that not working on the YouTube though? That's my main contention. When I type it directly into there we go. It lags behind. But make sure you check out Rachel Wilson's book. We have the command now on the YouTubes as well. Shout out to you all. But this is what they were all this is their whole plan. This was their whole plan. We need to get rid of the choice. We need to get rid of single income households. We need to get women into the workforce. We need to attack the nuclear family. We need to attack Christianity. We need to attack all these different things. Because if we don't, then we can't force women to do what we want. You know?
That mom stays home and dad works, it is denying you guys the ability to spend time with your children. You are trading it.
We're already not spending time with the children. We're already working the 50, 60 hours a week. Make it make sense. You know? It is what it is. Shout out to Pix Paradox with the $10 says, the last gold coin. Appreciate you kindly. Thank you very kindly for contributing to the pot of gold. Yeah, little leprechaun. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Thank you very kindly for the support. But you see, the issue with her debate here, she's literally, humiliating herself. Oh, you guys work 50, 60 hours a week. Yes. And we're a feminized society. What's your point? It would be much better. This is what Rachel was saying. Now, wouldn't it be better if your wife could stay home with the kids rather than having to pay for the child support? And all the guys were like, yeah, you know? And like I said, we can pull up multiple examples. Surrogacy is just one example of trying to put a financial incentive there for women to have kids, and they're not doing it. Call me crazy, but I think maybe, just maybe, we need to, listen to this Christianity thing. You know what I mean? I'm a novice. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be making any grandiose claims on all this stuff, but maybe, just maybe, this whole Christianity thing knows a thing or two. You know what I mean?
You know what the number one regret of all men in hospice? Do you know what the number one regret is of all men in hospice? Not spending enough time with their kids. It is. And the reason why is because they are told, particularly from this side, that you're not a good enough man if you're not solely providing for your family. Even though the reality is that the corporate elites at the top have made it damn near impossible for you to do so on one income. What is upper middle class right now? I think it's like $93,000 in certain states. That's a lot of money, right? A lot for one person. And the reality is you guys have almost no negotiating wage power, mostly because we're flooding things with like reduction of jobs through AI, and also because, again, of this expectation that
like things like reduction of jobs with AI, or, and hear me out here, might be controversial, the mass immigration. Maybe importing in slave labor from the third world. That might be affecting the wage growth. Maybe, just maybe. I'm crazy. Again, I'm a lesbian leprechaun, folks. It is what it is. You know, maybe I don't know a thing or two about this, but just saying.
You are paying the cost of fatherhood, so moms get motherhood. And I don't love either of these trade-offs. What I want is a situation where families can flourish, but it's not
that mouth's getting real dry, boys.
Small thing. It's so much more complicated than that. And if we don't have the real conversations about the people pitting us against each other while they're raking in millions and billions, trillions, I think now, at the top, we're
millions, billions, trillions. Oh my God.
never going to solve this issue. We're just going to keep pointing at men and pointing at women and being like, it's all each other's fault. It's like, it's not. It's like, it's bad antitrust law and a K-shaped economy that's fucking with all of us. I agree with the problems you outline. It's not good. It is a problem, but it's not feminism.
It clearly is feminism. 100%
All right.
King with me.
So you might remember in my opening how I said that 1/3 of all American men are not in the workforce. It's a historic low male participation rate. Do you know why? It's not just automation. It's that most of these men have no prospect of marriage or family that they can see. And so they don't see any point, and they're going to stay at home and live in mom's basement and play video games where they can at least pretend to be winning the game of life. Men need challenge. They need to be able to go out into the world and overcome and become who they are. That's what being a man is. And when you send all the women to work and tell them, don't get married, that's dangerous, you'll get abused, which, by the way, is a total myth and a complete lie. All we did with no-fault divorce was shift the pool of abuse from married women to women living with their boyfriend. You are 40% more likely to be abused in a cohabitative relationship than you are if you're a married woman. And what has happened is there's no true solutions. This pie in the sky, like, oh, we'll just have UBI and socialism, and then everyone can stay home with the kids, and everybody can just work part-time. Again, if you value this first world, like, high standard of living, that's not going to happen without the men that go out there and make it happen. And everything you enjoy about this first world standard of living was built by men who were willing to risk death to get the girl and have the family and go out there and risk something and build great things that took multiple generations to build for their future, for their children. And if you're not going to give them children and you're not going to marry them, they have no incentive to do that. That's where the problem is. And you still haven't addressed it.
Sure.
She just runs away from the point. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Patches O'Houlihan. That's what we need to call this bitch now. Patches O'Houlihan. God damn. And again, Grumple's coming in with the stats well. 97% of workplace deaths are men. Talk about equality. How to close that gap. But women can't work infrastructure jobs. And a country cannot run without infrastructure jobs. So if men collectively in infrastructure were to shut down, this is what the whole Canadian trucker protest was all about. The country fucking grounds to a halt. And then we have like not so bright here going, we are women. We want rights. Bitch, pipe down. Holy shit.
So, lots to tackle there. 1/3 of men are not in the workplace anymore. Isn't the GDP still going up? So if men are the most important for that, and they're the
My GDP go up.
highest output, and women are filling in all those spots, why is our GDP still increasing while men's workplace participation is decreasing? Is that maybe because women are able to also be efficient in the workplace potentially and accommodate for some of these things?
We're not doing the 2 minutes anymore. No, there's a lag. There's a lag with birth rate too.
I'll defer to you, Rachel, because
Sure. Well, I'll just answer this one quickly. It's something that a lot of people don't understand about demographics. You can have below replacement rates for quite a long time before you all of a sudden hit, that's why they call it a cliff, because it'll look like, oh, and this is why people say, oh, we're actually overpopulated. There's too many people, and the population is still growing. It's an actual delayed thing where it keeps growing, and then all of a sudden it goes bam, and it hits like this low. And again, I have graphs on my phone I wasn't able to put on there, but if you look at Russia, South Korea, China, places that have tried this, that's exactly what you see with their birth rate. It'll go up, 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 and then it'll sharp downturn, and then they try to get it back up, and it never recovers. So it's like a snowball effect. So yes, GDP is still going up for now. We have maybe 30 to 50 years before we hit serious trouble that we might not recover from for like many generations.
Yep.
Maybe. I'm sure you don't have a single source for that claim.
I
but that's
just
fine.
said, look at...
Yeah, but your source, bitch, I just said, look at Russia. What the fuck is going on?
Look at South Korea, look at China, look at Russia.
Well, that would be
They
great if
have
you would
not
tackle the
recovered.
Gulf states. But again, a really big problem with your narrative
Gulf
that you're
states are
pushing here,
behind us,
a big
though.
problem with the narratives that you're pushing here is that the Gulf states are not letting women participate by and large. They are getting increasingly educated, and yet their birth rate is still declining.
Yeah, they're
women
like
not
70
taking all
years
these
behind
jobs.
us.
And their GDP is booming and growing.
Like, everybody's everybody's birth rate's going down, bruh. Like, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing?
Because to be
Because
honest,
they're
because
70 years behind us. They'll have this problem.
I will tell you why it's
wanna-
booming. The reason why it's booming is because rather than allowing women to participate in the workforce at all in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait, what they do is mass migration. They bring in a whole bunch of people, particularly from like Trinidad and Tobago. They bring in all of these low-wage workers that they treat as second-class citizens to prop up their economy so that they can keep doing these things. So if you want to get
Does it sound familiar? Oh my god, man. Everybody's birth rate is going down, so it's not feminism, it's modernization. One sec, we got a spammer in chat. One sec. We'll give you 5 minutes, 5 minutes. We'll give him 5 minutes. Take a breath. Calm down. Relax. Take it easy. All right. But to address this whole thing of like, it's modernization, brah. Yeah. Like, this is the offshoot of like the feminist plan. Like, they wanted to effectively make sure that you cannot have a single income household because, and this is a direct quote from a feminist back in the 1970s, if women had that choice, far too many women will make it, and we want to force women to do a certain thing, so we can't let them have that choice. So they've intentionally went out of their way to have this. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I said, I'll show you the quote. Here it is. Simone de Beauvoir, French bitch. No woman should be authorized to stay at home to raise the children. Society would be totally different. Women should not have that choice. So women saying, we're pro-choice. The fuck is our bitches? Precisely because if there was such a choice for women to stay at home, too many women will make that one. It's a way of forcing women in a certain direction. It is what it is.
Women out of the workforce, you are going to have to fill it with something else. And it's not just going to be just men. The reality is, especially if it's a 50-year problem, you're creating an acute crisis where you will absolutely need to just bring in way more mass migration to replace all of this. But that's just the reality of what you're prescribing for people, right? So again, birth rate going down, I agree. Not great. We should probably try to fix that. But the conversation is about feminism, and you keep insisting it's feminism's fault. But again, the Gulf states easily demonstrate that it's not. Nobody looks at Kuwait and Qatar and goes, wow, the bastion of feminism. Nobody thinks that.
Their birth rates, again, Saudi Arabia's birth rate is 2.31, I'm pretty sure. So let me scroll for this. Yeah, Saudi Arabia's birth rate is 2.31. They're above replacement rates. Crazy. This is crazy. Habibi, what are you doing? And again, because of the partnership and the trade deals that America makes with these Gulf states, notice that she's only talking about the Gulf states. She's not talking about the rest of the Middle East. Food for thought.
That, obviously. So your narrative runs into immediately counter-competing information. You talked about manufacturing. Again, manufacturing didn't get crushed because of women's push into the workforce. It got crushed by the Triffin dilemma. The U.S. has massive trade deficits. Everyone knows this. So in this situation, when the U.S. dollar is the global currency, everyone wants to bring business here because
why does the US have these trade deficits? Because part of these trade deals is you have to be more feminist. You have to be more Western. You get it? And that's what happens when you have the likes of Obama and the Democrats when they get into office. These are the types of deals that they're making. They're literally sacrificing money on the table just to propagate and push this globally. Birth rate declination began when women were propagated into the workforce and college, substituting their fertile years for girl power, success, and equality. Exactly. Because like I said, the main things of like telling women to be promiscuous. Promiscuous is a good thing. Telling them that they don't need to provide a reason for divorce. You have no fault divorce. Telling them you don't need to have a reason to kill your child. Both of them are unreasonable, by the way. And then when they're in their prime fertile years, you're convincing them to sign up to massive amounts of debt and go to college and be sexually promiscuous, kill your kids, and don't get married. This is all, like, these four things is what feminists preaches. This is what they advocate for. This ain't Christians. Unbelievable. And I sit here and act like, well, where's your source? Where's your source for that? You're telling women all those four things and getting them to sign up to massive amount of debts and start popping some SSRIs and all this kind of shit. No bueno. No bueno. You cannot tell me that's conducive for building nuclear families.
It's like the hot spot. It's the best place to be, and the American dollar goes far. Manufacturing gets crushed because American workers want higher wages because our cost of living is higher because everyone's bringing their business here and everyone's infusing cash all the time. You have to deal with the real economic issue.
If everyone's bringing their business here, why are they not? Why are manufacturing businesses not coming here? They can get slave labor in China. And how is an American worker supposed to compete with American slave labor? A very easy counter to this is tariffs, but then not so bright over here loses her fucking shit when you start saying tariffs are a good thing, you know? I blame feminism and Jack. 100%. 100%. Wait, Crazy, are you still in chat? I got a special clip for Crazy. But I'll only do if he's in chat. Alright, here we go. It literally cannot be done. Speaking of which, speaking about what cannot be done.
I am Are You Crazy? I love bananas. My teacher taught me how to use a condom with this banana. Don't judge me. Accept me for who I am.
Bellissimo. Compliments of jungle. Crazy. What can I say? What can I say? Back to the debate.
Issues that are causing the issue, not just blame feminism.
Okay.
Rachel, you got 2 minutes as well.
I'll try this one more time. I'm not blaming every economic problem on feminism. I'm blaming one economic problem, the only one that matters, which is demographics.
Gulf states.
There's a lot of different. Yeah, they still have above replacement because all the women aren't working.
They don't. They are under replaced.
I do it the same way that Rachel did interrupt.
This lying bitch. This lying bitch. Saudi Arabia is above. It's 2.31.
You on the last one. I want to give her the same.
The whole world is going this way. So all the countries that are still above replacement, which is only a handful, are trending down. And when those people, so you said immigrants, you're right. Saudi Arabia imports their entire workforce. We're trying to do that in the West. And what happens? Number one, all the places we're trying to bring immigrants from are now getting below replacement as well. So you're running out of other people to bring over. But two, when you bring those people over from those cultures where there's no feminism into the West, within one generation, their birth rate drops to as low as the native population in the West. So you bring someone over from Pakistan where the birth rate is still like one of the highest in the world. You bring them to the UK where there's feminism. You send their daughters to college and send their daughters to the workforce. They also only have 1.5 children per woman. So no.
Alhamdulillah, Habibi. Right. Play the damn clip. You want me to play your clip again? No, yours. Fuck. I thought I had you there for a second, crazy. Like I said, we're going to be going on a grift break, but before we go on the grift break, we got another lesbian clip from Teriak. I'm never escaping this meme. It is what it is at this stage. It'll be the greatest love story ever told, ladies and gentlemen. That's how we're going to get to them, okay? That's how we're going to get to them. We're going to do like a bunch of like rom-coms, and I'm going to be like, you know, like the leading role in these rom-coms, and we're going to infiltrate them with the propaganda. You know what I mean? You motherfuckers, okay? Holy shit, I am redeemed. Listen, someone drew the short straw, okay? Someone has to bring down the LGBT movement, okay? And I'm going to bring it down from within, right? By identifying as a lesbian and through the propaganda. See this. Unfucking believable. Unbelievable. Yeah, Shantae's the one who actually recorded that, you know? Fucking unbelievable. You know, it's the skipping that gets me. You know what I mean? Video evidence, yes. Video evidence of Teriak on the inside. You know what I'm saying? Someone has to do it. Someone's got to do the dirty work. Someone's got to do the dirty work. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going on a grift break, okay? Someone sec, let me put up the banner. If you've got any spare coins, I greatly appreciate it. You know, because like I said, I got a man's on a mission. Man's on a mission. Play it again so I can clip it. Okay. 1 sec. Let me actually. I'll do this so there's nothing on screen. Go right ahead, sir. Wait, you're the one who sent me the clip. What are you talking about? Clip it, mother. Unbelievable. I'm not playing on loop. God damn it. Motherfuckers. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. For the memes, as they say. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a quick little grift break. Okay? So if you got any spare coins, now's the perfect time to send them. If you don't, it is what it is. Like I said, appreciate the like and sub, all the stuff to help out in the algorithms, all this kind of good stuff. And yeah, until then, ladies and gentlemen, I shall be right back. Enjoy the music.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Rainbows and gleaming, you know how I feel. Clover patch scheming, you know how I feel. Little green man dreaming, you know how I feel. He's a grifting leprechaun and I'm helping with his gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. The kettle, you know how I feel. Jig on the pebble, you know how I feel. Shillelagh and treble, you know how I feel. He's a sly little trickster, but his heart's made of gold. Feeling good, stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Freedom is mine and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And that leprechaun's pot is overflowing with gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Fish in the sea, river running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Me and my grifting leprechaun. We're feeling good. Yeah, we're feeling good.
In the merry month of scams, from me hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Loldera. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality. Me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind. No bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Loldera. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terria. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Loldera. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called meself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle, they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sore I was a hobbling. With the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Loldera. Now with me little leprechauns, we're drifting through the nations. Terrier leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Loldera.
Yeehaw, everybody! Shout out to Daedalus Actual for the $10 saying not one step back. You goddamn right, man. You goddamn right. Not one fucking step back. And also shout out to Pseudo Master Chef over on the Ko-Fi with the $5. Appreciate you, Connie. Let me give you the strike clip for those donations, ladies and gentlemen. Are we having fun? Yeah, folks. Appreciate you kindly. Thank you very kindly for the support. We got Jack Blaze in the building. Welcome in. Shantae tell him to go fuck himself. That's why we love Shantae. And yeah, crazy. Like I said, I think I need to do like an exclamation point menu. So then everybody, at least like Shantae just be able to kind of hit the menu kind of thing. And also, thank you very kindly to Leah's Samsara Sunset, aka Nanya Psychoville, for subscribing. I don't know if I should be worried or not. It is what it is. And as Shantae demonstrated, it's exclamation donate You know what I'm saying? Those are the links. Those are the links, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck, I forgot to change the camera thing. It is what it is. It is what it is, as they say. So yeah, once we finish up this debate, there's about just under an hour left. Well, actually, yeah, it probably will be reached 6 hours by that stage. When we finish this debate, like I said, I need to get me steak and eggs, and then I'm really eager to work on the rest of the stream to make sure I get it all working, all stuff. So, like I said, folks, let's get her done. Let's get her done, ladies and gentlemen.
My claim, you're strawmanning me again. My claim is not every economic problem is caused by feminism. Of course not. But the one that is caused by feminism will be the only one that matters, because if there's no people, there's no future. And you still haven't told me how you're going to combat that. How are you going to have your first world feminist utopia where the men and the women both work part-time, everyone gets to stay home, however we're going to work that, everybody gets to follow their dreams and do what they want?
I think that's called a straw man.
How do we get to do that with below replacement birth rates? If women are working, they're not going to have babies, and that's the only part of my argument that matters.
Sure, yeah, I've talked, so I can
Get
repeat
back
for
over
you.
to Kyla for 2 minutes.
I've responded to this multiple times, which again, declining birth rate is not feminism. It is modernization. This is why Saudi Arabia, as it modernizes, has a decline, which, by the way, is below replacement. Saudi Arabia's is
No, it's not. 2.31.
it's like 1.7 right now. So no,
2.31. Saudi Arabia, 2.31 as of 2024. This lying bitch.
they're not replacing themselves. Birth rate decline is because as you modernize and give people more education, they choose to postpone marriage and they have less children as a result of it. It's really that simple, but that's not feminism. That is actually education, that's capitalism, and it's kind of the Protestant work ethic. Because if there's any system that tells you delay gratification, hustle and work hard, make sure you're a steward of the future, it's probably something like a capitalist system with economic incentive to grow, 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 and a Protestant work ethic that says work, work, work. That's what you're actually contending with here. Does feminism have impacts on certain things? Yeah, I think it's made women particularly significantly more choosy in like their partners, for example. But if you look at these bad college women, for example, they're the group getting married more than anyone else since 2010. They are the highest population to get married. Their marriages last longer. They have a divorce rate that's way lower than everyone else, by the way. Their children are more successful. Their children contribute to the economy significantly more. I'd love to get those ladies having children more too. Let's invest in more technologies to kind of help them increase their window of IVF, but I'm sure you're opposed to that, right? There's all sorts. Let's get tax credits. Yeah, let's laugh at it. You guys want to solve the birth rate problem unless you actually have solutions that are about modernization, because your actual enemy here today isn't feminism, it's modernization, and we're never going back to monkey. So you may as well give up on that one.
Tim's in the back.
Okay, so first of all, you said it's a capitalism problem along with a modernization problem. That doesn't explain how communist China and communist Russia had this happen to them first before any capitalist nation.
Mm-hmm.
Because in communism, it was, yeah, have the babies, but mainly go to work because we need to fill the factories and everybody needs to be a proletariat worker, right? They experienced this before capitalist countries did, and to the biggest degree. So it can't just be capitalism. Second of all, telling women to wait to have children because IVF will be there, people who say that haven't looked into IVF and how abysmal the failure rate is. First of all, it's massively expensive, and even if you completely subsidized it like they do in Israel, it's horrific to put women through. Have you ever had to inject yourself with a crap ton of hormones and go through all the things that you have to go through for IVF? It's miserable.
Yes.
And if you wait until you're 40, it has a less than 10% success rate. About the same as conceiving naturally. It doesn't work. So telling women to wait for IVF is cruel and unusual punishment. It's a horrible idea.
I think that's called a straw man. Yeah, that's a great, yeah. Yeah, I think What did you call that? I think we call that a straw man. Because yeah, of course my solution that I've outlined isn't just wait for IVF. In fact, one of the things that I think most importantly has to happen is a college level radical reformation, right? The idea that to just like work in mid-level HR, you need a bachelor's degree is fucking crazy. I'm sorry. There's no world that you need to be like Aristotle and, you know, back of the day said that doesn't matter. What you need is more technical schools so that people can expedite, get into the careers that they actually want, that are economical, that are pushing our GDP. All these fluffy industries, by the way, are what makes our country dominate the world. So careful what you insult there, okay? These fluffy tech jobs, by the way, sitting there, what's more like fluffy and soy than sitting and like working on a computer? I don't know. I feel like men should be sweating, right? By your mantra. I love men sitting on computers, okay? You guys go off, kings. What you actually need to talk about here is a radical reformation of the education system, which if you want to get on my leftist craziness, join me over here, okay? I'm down for it. If you want to talk about women getting maternity leave and dads getting pat leave and it being required by the company to pay for it and not the government, I'm all down for it. I want moms to stay home for like a year. I want dads to stay home for at least 6 months to a year. It's tradable between the two. I think that's awesome. Norway does it, and it's fucking awesome, by the way. Also, you want to know, before you laugh about it, the childhood outcomes of children whose parents get mat and pat leave? You might want to guess it's really fucking good. Yeah, they're really successful children. So I want to deal with the birth rate issue just as much as you do by radicalizing the speed of getting people from education into it. I think the tax that we put on the young in America is insane. I want boomers to stop just gobbling up all the wealth at the top and then holding on to their assets so that it's not there for any.
Bunch of socialism prattle, but shout out to somebody who tipped $5 where the Coalfire says, shout out from Hawaii, you entertained me a couple of hours. Mahalo, mahalo. Thank you very kindly. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that. Appreciate you kindly. Yeah, no, I can't get the custom emojis to show up when you do the thing. That's what I was testing with the Shantae one. I'm working on the menu item one as well. But we now have a Shantae command as well. So shout out to Shantae for everybody. Give Shantae a round of applause on the custom command that we've now set up for Shantae. Shantae's just like, I fucking hate yous all. Unbelievable, unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. It is what it is. Anyways.
Anybody else. And I think the moment you make life affordable, so it's not $45,000 to have a baby, suddenly people want to have kids a lot more. That's going to be my guess.
Yeah, so this is a math problem, which is why I started my opening with all those infographics for you, because you cannot subsidize your way out of this problem. In order to be able to have enough,
but okay.
We're not Norway. This is a very large country. And
well, I said private institutions would cover it. Well, you at least deal with what I'm saying. Or you can strawman. That's fine. We're doing strawman hour now. Go ahead.
You can't subsidize your way out of this. You can't just, we'll just pay for people to be able to be parents. We'll just give them infinite time off so they can spend more time. I already explained this is a math problem. When you have 1/3 of men in the country not even participating in the workforce, your social safety nets are already about to collapse. You cannot add paid family leave and have everybody working a part-time job and subsidize college for everyone. This is what started the problem. The smart countries that are going to still be here and are going to be dominating in the future, I would wager, are the ones who are going to prioritize producing actual goods, including things like food, their own power. They will have energy independence. That's all male-dominated industries. The smart countries are going to say, hey, ladies, here's some incentive for you to stay out of the workforce early on in life. Have a family. We're going to make women staying home and raising their own children the affordable thing, not some kind of weird government subsidy where mommy and daddy both work, but you get a bunch of government subsidized time off for like the first year or two of your child's life. I don't know if you know this, but they live longer than a year or two. They still need you when they get older. So
My died young,
it would be a lot smarter, rather than to just double down on all the shit that has caused all the problems, to say maybe this was the wrong approach, and maybe looking into the future, we should prioritize long-term stability and make families independent of the government, rather than continue to double down on government's your daddy policies.
Gotcha. So speaking of fluffy dream worlds, oh my goodness. Honestly, Rachel, I want to live in your fan fiction utopia too. It sounds fucking awesome. How are you going to do that though? Because it seems like, you know, if you want your economy to be successful and booming, it seems like the countries who are best at it went, well, we definitely want all people who are best at human capital to be in the spaces that they're most efficient at. It seems like, you know, we've done things like we've tried to have comparative advantages. So we go, why have one woman at home teach 2 kids when that same woman who's really talented teacher can teach 15 kids, and that other woman who is now not teaching her kids because another woman that is wonderful and that we've regularly and we trust is teaching her children, and that woman can go and do something else successful in whatever way that she would be. Maybe it's making delicious brownies, which, by the way, don't knock brownies. Okay, never knock brownies until you've tried one, right? But when we're talking about the affordability, if you're talking about the affordability crisis, how are you proposing to solve it? Because I'm putting forward real answers, like, for example, tax credits. So tax credits for anything having to do with child rearing. Make anything associated, diapers, for example. Make it tax credit. That's not the taxpayer paying for it. That means you don't have to pay extra for it, right? All these things can be helped to make it more affordable to have a children. I'm down for that. What is your fanfic utopian dream process of economy where women aren't working and aren't getting educated, but we're maintaining a competitive global GDP? What's the system for that?
Sure, I'll tell you. First of all, it's not women can't work, it's mothers should be. Mothers already have a job. They don't need a second job. The constant throughout all of human history still matters. Yes, we have modern technology now. That doesn't mean you can automate motherhood. That doesn't mean you can replace it or outsource it. We should be investing. So like I said, we have this 1/3 of American men who are not in the workforce because they don't see any reason to be. They've been told they're bad, they're toxic, they're never going to get a woman, and they're never going to have a future anyway. So just play World of Warcraft. Why not? Get on government subsidy for your ADHD and your autism, which you're all self-diagnosed with from being on TikTok all day. How about we incentivize...
Wait, maybe I don't have autism. Maybe it was just well, no, it wasn't self-diagnosed, it was chat diagnosed. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is.
Young men who we desperately need in the trades. We need young men in the trades so bad. It's way cheaper to train them to do the trades than to send them to university. So how about instead of paying them to go to university, giving them $100,000, to go get some shitty degree?
Okay.
No.
Yeah, radical educational reform.
You send them to tech schools to learn the trades, and then imagine how much money you can save when mom stays home. You don't have to pay for a second vehicle. You're not paying income tax from her wages. You don't have to pay daycare, which makes up 25% of the average American household's expenses, by the way. You're saving like 35% just by mom staying home if dad has a great, good paying job in infrastructure and the trades, which we desperately need anyway, instead of letting Jose come across the border and do it illegally.
Man, it's so interesting, Rachel. You're so much smarter. It's really impressive. First of all, base for taking my idea. I'm glad we're vibing over that one. Radical.
Oh man, this is why I love when these people do this. It's like it's the same thing with the Candace one. Like they self-report. You know what I mean? You know? It's beautiful. It's bellissimo. It's, you know, as soon as they come out, Everdi won this, or Candace won this, and it's like, bro, you're self-reporting there. You know what I mean? It is what it is, you know?
It's like watching a bunch of retards trying to fuck a doorknob out there.
Opium levels over 9,000, you know? Okay, explain China to me. Is China Protestant? See how easy it is? See how easy it is? That's what I'm saying. Like, are Chinese people Protestant? I forgot that church, I guess, you know? It's what it is. They just self-report themselves. They just say, "Hi, I'm a retard." You know. Speaking of which, we got a package, Jack. If you're watching, you might want to close your eyes.
Hey, I'm Jack of Shades. I also love bananas, just like Are You Crazy? We are butt brothers in sex education. Don't mind my background degen system of plastic bags and lotion. It's what makes me who I am. Purple without shame. Love you.
Love you too, Jack. Love you too. It is what it is. What can I say, man? What can I say? China is heavily modernized. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just gonna blame something else. It's the exact same thing that communists do. It's like we blame capitalism, and even when communism doesn't work, we blame capitalism. You know, we overthrow the government, we implement communism, and if we fail, that's still capitalism's fault. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Education reformation, we can all just get behind that one. Like, we don't even need to be mad about that. And I'm with you on that one. Okay, so it's very miraculous how Rachel, in her own divine wisdom, in her own lifetime, has arrived at a economic and societal structural system that I guess nobody's ever thought of before. Like, why hasn't anyone ever tried that? Oh wait, we fucking did. We actually did try this thing where it's actually more economic for women to stay at home. It's not actually. The reason why women enter the workforce in almost all most competitive global GDP is because when you increase the local labor force that is highly educated, you do better in the GDP participation. Sorry, that's just a fact. That's just a reality of human capital. We had the barring mothers. We had it from the 1910s to the 1930s. There was marriage bars. And what happened is we got into war. And we were like, oh, fuck, we kind of need them now. We bring them into war. And then all of a sudden, it's a proof of concept. Women can actually be incredibly powerful forces. They were the ones pushing the manufacturing. It is the manufacturing labor of women during the war that thrust America into the golden age of that economic boom and allowed us to negotiate to become the global reserve currency, which I know you seem to not know anything about economics because you poo-pooed at the gold standard changing, which is crazy bad economic theory, by the way. But just so it's clear, when America became the global reserve currency, that was like the game change. You want to know why you're the dominant country now? It's that. It's that thing specifically, because all of the nations got together and they were like, who do we think will be most reliable and stable and boom in the next coming future? And it was fucking America, baby. So this idea of, well, why don't we just try this? Thank you, I appreciate it. This new economic system that nobody's ever thought of. We did, and we moved away from it because it was more efficient to do other things.
Kick it over, Rachel. 2 minutes.
So I'm not sure that it was more efficient. As I said, in the short term, yeah, GDP go up.
No,
but at the expense of what? At the expense of what?
No,
So,
competitive GDP. I've said that. Well, if you're going to strawman me, do you want to talk to me or do you want to strawman me?
First of all,
bear in mind, like Erudite's the one that's like, like let's do time break. She's interrupting me. James, Rachel's interrupting me, and look what Erudite's doing right now. That's what I'm saying. Like when these retards come and say, Erudite won this debate or Candace won this debate, it's like, your thoughts? Your thoughts. You know? Bellissimo. Bellissimo. It is what it is.
I think competitive GDP. I think you need one of those special brownies you were talking about to bring you down from the Adderall high. Because you're just like,
hey, drug insults.
It's like, whoa, let's
if you want to just go to like weird drug insults.
How many Red Bulls did you have?
I don't know, Rachel. Can you raise your eyebrows? Give it a try.
All right, we are.
Ever tried it before?
We are going to. All right.
Yeah.
So this
your Botox looks really good on you, by the way.
What are we even talking about?
All right.
Well, I know you have Botox, and it looks great, by the way. Go off, Queen. I love it.
Let's do a reset.
Okay.
2 minutes for Rachel.
Oh, she is. Look at this. Look at this.
And it looks great, by the way. Go off, Queen. I love it.
Let's do a reset.
Okay.
2 minutes for Rachel.
Oh
ahead.
my God, she is uncomfortable as fuck.
Good stuff there. So
It was funny. It was for the crowd, okay? We were giving some crowd pleasers.
yes, you're a bastion of entertainment.
Now,
Love it.
from like this point onwards, she is not able to sit still. Erudite is literally going to be fidgeting as fuck. Now all of a sudden she's looking down her notes, you know, and like I can't wait till she has like both hands on the mic. She gets that triggered.
Sure.
Keep going.
That's why you brought me here.
So again, we're trading long-term sustainability, and again, none of this matters. Oh wow, you've got
Can't
a
sit
massive
still.
GDP right now. Ooh wow, there's like all of this unsustainable, goofy, fluffy women jobs that I just showed you. The reason I had to have slides was to give people the visual impact of just how much of women's empowerment is subsidized by men's actual productivity. Women own 40% of businesses in the United States and produce 6% of the revenue. How is that more efficient? How is that better for the future? How does that sustain anything?
Because small businesses
we
don't
get to
provide
have
that
that,
much
you
revenue.
guys.
I don't know what
You
you
get
wanna
to
do.
have that at the cost of not having enough babies to replace anyone, having labor shortages, massive inflation. Like, if this is working so well and it's doing so great, why do you yourself say we have so many economic problems? Now, you don't think it's because of feminism, fine. But everywhere in the world that we push mothers out of the home and into the workforce, the birth rate collapses. And that will have to be dealt with, regardless of if you love having lots of psychologists and crumble cookies and Etsy ladies and whatever.
Yeah, I can tell that you only prep this
Crazy cat ladies. Crazy cat ladies. That's where this ends up. Goddamn crazy cat ladies.
point. So I've already addressed that. I
It's
agree
not that
birth
I
rate
didn't only
decline.
prep this point. It's the only point that matters.
Well, you're right. You prepped more, and then I brought.
Because no people. So actually, like, you know, rather like than go off and fucking like whatever the fuck Erudite's like plain McLitter or whatever the fuck she does. Like, this whole thing is like, is feminism good for society or bad for society? If you don't have people, I'm pretty sure we can all agree, that's not good, okay? Not good, okay? And feminism, just for the new people in chat, pushing sexual promiscuity, pushing no-fault divorce, pushing elective abortion, and then pushing women into taking massive amounts of debt. Not good. It ain't good for the nuclear family, which is the backbone to the nation. Without that backbone to the nation's going to collapse.
Just confirming
All right,
evidence, so you had to run away from your 1970s.
You still haven't told me what we're going to do about that.
I've given you multiple answers. In fact, you've borrowed some of them.
All right,
None of them solved the problem.
All right, I
it's
need
a
to do it.
gripless trilemma
Yeah, I need
all
to do
over
it.
again.
All right, hold on a second. We do have to.
Solve
we're
Rachel's
going back to
dilemma.
the.
Do you want
we're
to
going
work
back to
rate?
the
I mean,
2-minute
again,
the 2-minute responses.
you're the one who
so,
uses the gripless
so
trilemma.
we're going to
You
give
just don't
Kyla
realize it.
2 minutes. Kyla, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Okay, awesome. So again, when we talk about like, so why are like women-owned businesses only contributing to like 6%? I think when you look at like booming economies, the Fortune 500, I think probably contributes like at least 30, maybe 40% of the GDP in tax receipts. So the idea that like it's all these small businesses, like all small businesses don't contribute that much to government tax receipts. Welcome to the government, I suppose. When we're talking about goofy, fluffy women jobs, I agree that there's like too many Etsy shops, but they're gonna die and go under anyways, right? Sure, but the reality is that these goofy, fluffy women jobs were created by corporate infrastructure because they realized things like their Ford.
Like Etsy jobs, like they're important to the economy. Etsy jobs is the backbone to this nation's economy. What we talking about? What are we talking about? You know what I mean? Like this whole thing of like, and it's like the same thing that comes up with the because like this is actually like being debated about in Ireland. It's like childcare. Oh, we need to tax people more because of childcare. We need like the state to intervene because of childcare and all this kind of shit. Or here's a crazy idea. The women stay home with the children and don't go to work. You know what I mean? Yes, OG, I was being sarcastic about the Etsy jobs being the backbone to the nation. Or are you saying like instead of the nuclear family, the men are the backbone? He's from Ireland. Yeah. I might sound retarded, but please be patient with me. I'm Irish. Also, my mom took Tylenols. Okay, it is what it is. It is what, you know.
There's a great example of this, right? Ford made HR in like 1910 because big companies need it. They need managers and they need people that oversee people to make sure you keep making work. So if you're so smart in all your wisdom, you have to go to the Fortune 500. You have to go to Elon Musk himself and be like,
let's go to a time even worse than this. We could do modern day, but we'll do that in a sec. During the Black Plague, was it possible? What about in Africa? Why does Africa have a better birth rate than the West? Are you saying that African economies are better than the American economy? You see how, like I said, you expose yourself when you joined and you're like, Erudite clearly won this debate. You see what I'm saying in terms of you expose yourself for being a retard? That you don't actually think for yourself? You know what I mean? You don't actually do like just a modicum of kind of like research into this, you know? It's diseased brain thinking.
You know, this is diseased brain thinking.
Because Africa has a different environment. Oh my God, yeah. Because Africa doesn't have feminism. That's why. Alhamdulillah, Habibi. Yeah, Africa doesn't have feminism. So we should look to the whole model of, you know, creating big families. And then we wouldn't be able to blame the economy, right? Right? See what I'm saying? It's too easy.
hey,
it's too easy.
those HR jobs, really silly. Not good for the economy. It's not very efficient. And I'm going to probably look at you and say, I probably know more about what's good for the economy. As I said before, it's not GDP go up, and it's never been. That's always been a straw man of my argument. It's about maintaining a competitive GDP. And the reason why is if you can't fund your military and keep up with the other countries around you, they are going to stomp on you. And that has been shown in recent history. And we need to be aware of it because we have to.
And like it's the easiest counter for Rachel. It's just like, do you think like not having people, not replacing people is going to be good for the economy or bad for the economy? It's going to be bad for the economy. So, in terms of priority, birth rate is a bigger worry right now than the economy. So, let's talk about the birth rate. And the erudite just goes, with GDP though.
Fund these things. We have to.
Okay. So again, I don't know how else. It's like trying to teach force doctrine to you. It's like it just doesn't stick. You still think it's about like majorities or something goofy.
No, it's about category errors.
It's not. You just don't understand it. But
I do.
if you don't have women,
Hands
what,
on the
what do
mic.
we need more of? Do we need more women
Bro,
doing multi?
look at this eye movement.
Women. What do we need more of? Do we need more women doing?
Her eyes are darting around the room. I don't know if you can see this because of the video, but her eyes are darting around the room. Oof.
High-level marketing, selling Lululemons and Tupperware, or do we need women having babies so that we can actually have a big military? Actually, do you remember my slide about if we didn't abort 1/3 of our babies, we'd have 45 million more people in our labor force? You don't think that's a good trade-off?
Well, my
you don't
suspicion
think that might be better?
that slide probably didn't account
Just-
for the fact
are
that the
you-
women who would be having those children would be single mothers, which
Just
are
to be
also
clear, you were
contributing to the
No, it
welfare
does.
state that we were
It-
upset about.
it
So
accounts- so-
probably not 45 million.
It did. So if
Probably not.
if you have it's an average of $26,000 of lifetime earnings that women will lose when they have a baby that they would have otherwise aborted. That's the estimate from, I think, Guttmacher and then the U.S. Department of Labor.
I don't trust that.
If you didn't, of course, you don't trust them.
I've read your book, baby girl. I don't trust any of your
Their
citations.
government, it's the government, the Department of Labor is the U.S. government.
This motherfucker, you know what I mean? Feminism is the root. Why couldn't greed or rampant capitalism be the root? Then why is Erudite saying it's like it's the economy? Why are you saying it's an economic issue? They're contradiction machines. They'll blame everything else. It's just like the Lindsay Clancy case. They will try to blame. They'll blame the husband. They'll blame the medical industry. They'll blame the fucking doctors. They'll blame anybody else except for the actual problem. We can blame anybody else except Lindsay. We're not allowed to blame Lindsay. You know? Sorry, I was busy. I seen the video. I will review in time. Unbelievable, Jack. Unbelievable.
I'm not pulling
Hypatia
sources
was
out of
filmed
thin air.
Just to be
So,
sure that
That was a fun one.
If you
She wasn't, by
had,
the way.
I don't
wanna-
even know what she's saying.
All right, just to be
She's
sure that we,
spurging.
I do think we're going to go back to the 2-minute
pretty calm.
segments.
You're not calm.
We're going to
I
go back
am
to the
calm.
2-minute segments. All right.
No.
So go ahead, Rachel. We'll put it at.
So I'm saying once again, maybe don't kill off a third of our labor force. That would probably help.
Pretty good
GDP.
idea.
Sure, but probably making
All right,
it
2 minutes.
probably making it so that 50% of our labor force doesn't enter the workforce is also not the best comparative advantage that we can talk about. Like, I'm happy to talk to you about abortion and the problems with it and like how mothers need to be supported more in our society. I've granted you that from the beginning.
I'm happy
It's
to
not
talk
an
about
assailing
abortion.
on my
But I'm just
position,
gonna talk about
because
the
I'm
economy.
with you that like one of the worst things that we have seen, even with like the third wave feminism, is that nobody looked at mothers and said that that thing is beloved. Nobody looked at a mother and said that that is something worth cherishing and protecting. And you can see it because of the lack of policy created so that women have options and opportunities. The reality is, do we need more of like babies and MLMs? The reality is, why not try to find a system where it's a little bit easier to do both?
You can't.
You can. We
Other
have
countries have tried it and it's failed massively. And
Really?
they've had
America's
over a
failing
century.
so much.
They've had
well,
over a century to
are you-
figure it out in
just to be
China
sure-
and Russia, and China has
Kyla, are you-
massive technology
Kyla, are
and they
you done
can't
with
figure
your,
it out.
done with your 2 minutes, or do you? I can't tell.
I'll respond. It's fine. It's fine. This back and forth is totally fine with me. Yeah. So in the case of America, I would say booming countries that are succeeding as a result of the labor force being injected with women and basically everyone who wants to work. America is a really good example of how it is working. You know, as what my favorite feminist said, the Dow is over 50,000. Right. The economy of America is growing and it's growing consistently. Trump is doing everything in his power to slow it as much as possible. However, it is growing, and it is, I think, right now
Oh
it's
my
still 12
God.
trillion over China. That comparative edge matters.
Donald Trump is slowing down the economy. Прости меня, Господи, но они не знают, что делают. That is Russian for forgive them, Lord. They haven't a fucking clue what they're talking about.
Matters because for those of you who are in cybersecurity, anybody here in cybersecurity? Okay, a little bit, yeah. You guys know that the main thing keeping us ahead of China in cybersecurity is we have a lot of fucking money because their tech is so much better, which is dangerous to
Look at the hand
Americans
shaking.
today. It's
Holy
not
shit.
just bombs flying over and military troops walking into China and shooting Chinese people. It's cybersecurity.
You mean like Tiananmen Square? Like, look at Rage's response here.
Military troops walking into China and shooting Chinese people. It's cybersecurity. It's attacks on our systems. Just
Rage is like, what the fuck is she talking about? Like, why are we talking about cybersecurity?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
Oh my God. What are we talking about? Stop it, Erudite. Get some help.
recently, the Hugging Face ChatGPT thing got out. That's what's dangerous. So what you need in a competitive GDP, and your system is saying it's not working. It is working. We just need to continue to find solutions to modernization so moms and dads can have kids too. I'm with you.
If we use China as an example, communist, non-religious, okay? Comrade, bear with me. Communist China has lower birth rates than America's, okay? By her own definition here, by her own argument, she's saying China is more technologically advanced, but they have a lower birth rate. Like this whole thing, it's like, it's the economy, it's the GDP. You know what I mean? Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
On finding a solution to that, but your answer is pressure women not to go into work, and we tried that. It doesn't work very well for maintaining everything that your society needs, which isn't just lots of babies, because Pakistan, tons of babies, not a great
infrastructure.
economy.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Infrastructure.
Why do you want mothers with young children to be at work all day?
I want them to be able to work at home. That's a great option for them.
How many of them do you think can work from home and contribute to the necessary and productive parts of the economy?
I mean, I think HR jobs are increasingly moving to remote positions.
So
I think
there's
20 to 30%.
just more HR jobs. Everybody be an HR. Karen.
Again, you can
Everybody
laugh
be
at
an
it,
Just be a HR rep. Just be a HR rep.
but take it up with Elon Musk.
Do you think Elon
Great
Musk has
economist,
an
Rachel.
HR department because of any other reason than Title IX making women be able to frivolously sue their employers for sexual harassment?
So there can be problems
He
with
would get
women
rid
in
of
the
his
workplace.
HR department tomorrow if you couldn't bring frivolous lawsuit after frivolous
No.
lawsuit that I didn't get the promotion because Tommy was sleeping with Lisa instead of me or whatever nonsense. Like,
And like, do you think the technology will be produced with just HR reps? Because bear in mind, like, I've worked in the tech industry during the whole like Rona epidemic, all this kind of shit, right? Where they forced everyone to stay at home and work from home. Afterwards, they were like, "You need to come back into the office because you motherfuckers have not been productive." Why would they be all these incentives to get workers back into the office if working at home is just as effective? It's not.
Title IX caused that. We
No,
did not
it started
have a
in
desperate
1910.
need for HR.
It started in 1910 with Ford because Ford realized that it had more human capital that it could manage with just this direct system. So it built HR
Do you mean the same
departments. They
Ford
did it.
Foundation that created women's studies?
Yes.
Do you mean them? Oh, that's
Oh.
convenient, isn't it?
Well, wait, are you really trying to tell me that corporations, by the good of their heart, are making these stupid jobs that are useless, don't help their company, don't help their stakeholders, they don't maintain their fiduciary response, they just love women so much? Oh my God, every CEO.
All hands on the mic. But, you know, the DEI officers, the whole thing of like, do you think that like these corporations are just going to make up bullshit positions? Yes. Yes, I do.
Out there is just like, fuck the stakeholders, boys. We got to get women in the workplace. Find them stupid jobs. I don't know, make them
you could
fold
stop the
brown.
Like a DEI officer? Sounds like a stupid job to me, but that's an actual fucking job title. DEI officer.
Or
Prattle,
something.
I'll respond. Like, seriously? Like, you're going 5,000 miles an hour about absolutely nothing.
I know,
And
when
it's
you don't
like-
know anything about the
it's like
economy, it can be
watching a
tough when I
person
talk
on
about it, hey?
All right,
methamphetamine
I
just
do
spurred
have
the
to-
fuck out.
Red Bull,
All right.
first of all.
All right.
I don't do
Let's-
amphetamines.
So,
Bad for my brain.
no, corporations wanted cheap labor and the government wanted more income tax. So the Ford Foundation, in their own papers, which I cite in my book that you say you've read, said, let's make women working, let's support feminism, they literally created women's studies departments as a vehicle to push Marxist feminism
In the
into the
60s.
universities.
Yeah.
Yes, and to get women to
HR
buy
started in
in.
the 1910s.
Oh, shit, boys. Oh, shit. I gotta play the clip.
I love money, money, money. I love money, money, money. I love money, money, money. It's the funny, lots of money. I love money, money, money. I love money, money, money. I love money, money, money. It's the funny, lots of money. I love money, money, money. I love money, money, money. I love money, money, money. It's the
Jungle with the massive $3,000 via the PayPal with the message for capitalism. So we're going to do a streak of clips, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do a streak of clips. First of all, we got to play the Jack clip. You know what I mean? Because apparently Jack didn't see it or he's perusing it or whatever the fuck. So Jack, this clip is just for you.
Hey, I'm Jack of Shades. I also love bananas, just like Are You Crazy? We are butt brothers in sex education. Don't mind my background degen system of plastic bags and lotion. It's what makes me who I am. Purple without shame. Love you.
Love you too, Jack. We love you too. Your faults and all. Your faults and all. Then we got Crazy coming in. Crazy. Holy shit. Exactly, crazy. Holy shit.
I am Are You Crazy? I love bananas. My teacher taught me how to use a condom with this banana. Don't judge me. Accept me for who I am.
You know what I'm saying? Don't judge crazy. Don't judge him. You know what I'm saying? What in the even hell is that? Says Jack. Don't worry. Like I said, you got off lightly, Jack. You got off lightly. Like I said, I got the other clips run here for myself, you know? In the arms of the angel. This is going to be like... This is going to be the greatest love story ever told. Like I said, I'm already in communications with Hollywood. We're going to take this LGBT movement down from the inside, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? Of course, it's Jack's fault. It's all Jack's fault. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Even Jack's saying it's all his fault. You know what I mean? Why did he tap on it? I don't know. I don't know. It is what it is. The wink is also very nice as well, but shout out to Jungle. Let's fucking go. Huge W. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Of course, we got the Shantae one as well. Big W. Big W. With See You, Shantae. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But we got even more clips, unfortunately. It is what it is.
Cheers. Girl power. I am a lesbian. I bring lucky charms, and I'm hoping you search my rainbow for me pot of gold. Ready, ladies? Let's go back to my place and play hide and seek.
Massive W Jungle as well, especially for, like I said, the aesthetic, the new aesthetic, you know, even the borders and all this kind of stuff. We're elevating. You know what I'm saying? We're elevating. We also got the other memes as well.
Marte, you are my black hero and king. Get your lucky charms. It is what it is.
It is what it is, and he is whom he is. Speaking of Marte. You know what I'm saying? Because we absolutely smashed the goal today, you know what I'm saying? We might as well play more of the premium memes. And because we're reviewing Rachel Wilson, we got to give a shout out to the one, the only, Andrew motherfucking Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Bellissimo. Bellissimo. Mic drop and a half. Beautiful. You got Suda saying, damn, Tarek's going to take that $3,000 and buy a ring for his lesbian girlfriend now. Unbelievable. Why do I get the most shots? Right? fucking Crazy and Jack are there, they're holding up bananas with condoms on them. Unbelievable. It is what it is. We also got Dart coming in with the $10 via Ko-Fi. Says, shouldn't Jack be getting residuals at this point? I'm not even sure what residuals are, but appreciate you, kind. Let me give you the strength clip for that one, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, are you having fun yet? Why does Tarek do so many gay videos? This is the thing. We got it, like I said, we got to put out the propaganda and convince these motherfuckers that I'm actually a lesbian. And then once I get onto the inside, like the LGBT community, then I work my way up to being like the head LGBT, whatever the fuck, the CEO of LGBT, and then I bring that motherfucker down from within. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. You know? He def looks gayer with that blazer and shoulder pads. What? Wait. Are we talking about? What are we talking about? It's not a blazer, that's a waistcoat. What are you talking about? Unbelievable. Because he's a lesbian. That's why. Exactly. You know? Where's Shantae's jungle? We already got Shantae's. We already got Shantae's. Just hit it with the Shantae command. See you, Shantae. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Because I've done nothing to deserve that kind of treatment. What are you talking about, Shantae? We got one. We got one for you.
Hi, I'm Felicity. I'm 22 years old, and I'm reading for the role of narrator in Princess Party. Just let me know when I can start. Okay.
Petunia Tabernacle emerged from the castle with a young frog. She took the frog and kissed him squarely on the lips. When she kissed the frog, he turned into a prince.
Felicity, could you do it a little bit more feminine, a little softer? I'm so sorry, just the note said that the narrator was wise beyond her years. Okay, no problem, I hear you.
Shout out to Shantae. Me personally, like I said, I think she should have got the role. You know what I mean? I think Disney missed out on that opportunity, but it is what it is. It is what it is. That neck, she committed to the part. She committed to getting the role, ladies and gentlemen. And for that, can we really falter? You know? Shantae is so talented. Exactly. Mister, please. Call me Mister. Remember this term, people? Frontier company. I don't, sure. Let me know what it means, crazy. Don't worry, Tarek, I have another one cooking just for you. Oh, shit. It is what it is. It is what it is. And he is whom he is. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
To get women to buy into the idea that work and being a career woman is empowering and safe, and that motherhood is risky and dangerous and holds you back from whatever. You need to be liberated, but nobody ever asks from what? What were women liberated from? Because the only thing I can see that we were liberated from is intact structural families, our own children, and our own interests. Now we spend our lives working for corporations and paying income tax at the expense of our own relationships with our children, our own marriages, our own communities. Like, how much have we lost from sending women to work for Ford and Elon Musk and be in HR versus them being at home building communities, taking care of each other? The women used to all be home together.
Sure, we've probably lost
we're at
many
3 minutes.
things.
I want to give each of you a minute and a half. That's the last of our 3 minutes of open dialogue.
Okay. So your theory of everything falls apart really hard when you get any amount of disconfirming evidence, right? Manufacturing, for example, as you tried to suggest originally,
look at this pathetic attempt to keep the hands busy because she's getting the amphetamine shakes. You know what I'm saying? Bitch, what are you trying to do here? What are we trying to do here?
So your theory of everything falls apart really hard when you get any amount of disconfirming evidence, right? Manufacturing, for example, as you tried to suggest originally, was dying in the 1970s. It wasn't. It started dying in the 1950s again.
And then she just immediately puts it back down and doesn't do anything with the fucking papers. Oh my God. Talk about being rattled, you know? And also shout out to Crazy for letting everyone know we got the commands in chat now as well, you know? I have a feeling that what I'm cooking is going to blow Jack's microwave story out of the wall. Oh, shit. Oh, we got breaking news coming, boys. We got breaking news coming right here.
Because of the Triffin dilemma. When you want to talk about economics and why people are struggling, we have to have big girl conversations and not just be mad at the other girls and what they're doing. The reality is that we did try the model after industrialization to keep women home. We barred women from workplaces, particularly married women, the women that you would like to bar from workplaces. And the reality is that America was not competing at a large level. It wasn't a superpower at the time. And there's a reason why most Fortune 500, all Fortune 500s, have invented these things. Again, a CEO's fiduciary responsibility, and since we're doing pop quiz, that means a legal responsibility is to stakeholders. Corporations aren't going out of their way to make jobs that are useless for women because they're nice and they love feminism. That doesn't even make sense. The reality of a capitalist is they're constantly thinking about their bottom line.
So does Erudite say that like DEI officers, that they don't make sense? Food for thought.
And if HR makes their large corporation work more effectively, that's what they're going to do. This idea of Ford and the gender studies, I'll just grant you, Ford did do that in the gender studies. I don't really care. It falls apart the moment you just think about a timeline. Ford invented HR long before they were pushing gender studies.
Seconds.
So this idea that Ford just had this maniacal plan, instead of actually, it was an economic supply response of needing clerical work increasingly in large corporations to make these corporations more effective. I guess take it up with every single fucking billionaire. I don't know what to tell you, Rachel.
With that, we'll kick it over to Rachel for him.
But like even her fans are just kind of going, wait, should we clap? Like what the fuck did she just say? Ford Motor Company. Take it up with billionaires, Rachel. You know, garble. Exactly, Johnny. Exactly. Crazy.
It's the final segment, 1.5 minutes for you, Rachel.
So first of all, I'm not going to be lectured on having big girl conversations by someone who hasn't accomplished even a tenth of what I've accomplished in my life. That's number one.
Boom!
No.
Boom, baby. Say it again. Say it again.
Number two, you came in here
How much older are you than
it's
me?
my time.
Aren't you like 20 years
my
older?
time.
I do want to give Rachel a
You
chance.
gotta shut up at some point and let me talk too.
Yeah,
You
only
came
me
in
is
here
allowed
wanting
do-
to
hold
have
on.
this friendly female conversation that was all subterfuge, that was all trickery,
It wasn't.
because you were the quickest
All right.
to insult me personally and
Nope.
and spurg out and go off on wild tangents. And I'm not going to be lectured about big girl conversations by somebody who is just over here having an absolute autism fit with her Red Bull or what. I don't even know half of what you said. But here's the problem.
You definitely don't
The
know.
future belongs to those who show up for it. And we have a choice to make. We cannot have women working full-time jobs and dedicating all their lives to careerism and have them be good full-time mothers, raising the next generation of human beings above replacement level. They will continue to abort a third of every generation. They will continue to remain single and unmarried, or if they even, do have children, they're doing it single and
15
unmarried.
seconds.
This is the only question that matters. Everything else economically won't matter if this doesn't get solved.
Thank you very much for that closing. Special thanks to our sponsor, Maine First Project, fighting to put Mainers first. Check out mainfirstproject.org. Huge thanks to Revival of the Anointed's Rule, equipping Christians to fight for biblical values through policy victories. Check out revivetheroar.org. Huge thanks to our sponsor, Apologetics Arc. Check out their app today by downloading it. 1 Peter 3:15 says, always be ready to give a defense. I think this has been the best debate we've had on this subject. So let's keep the Q&A productive. If you will line up on the left side here. Oh, wait. There is one thing. We are going to do something a little bit differently. Is just because this...
We're just going to check out the boys' questions and just skip through. I think Stillborn's kind of got towards the back.
This debate
and Nacho, I think, as well.
Especially... All right, folks. Need you to focus. If you want to have a conversation, we do ask that you would step out in the hall. We do have limited...
Didn't swear the whole debate. You know? HR was born out of personnel departments made as a response to labor unions. And who pushes the labor unions?
Time, so we have to get to this Q&A quickly. Is we are actually going to do a vetted process. So,
We've got them here off mic before.
Sure. Okay. So, we're going to start the Q&A. If you're going to have a conversation, please do step outside. All right, we're ready for you.
My question is for you.
I have a name.
What's that?
I'm just kidding.
Kyla.
See, like that, like, my question for you is, I have a name. I'm a woman, and I should be respected. I have power. Like this whole, like, it's just all ego. Like, wouldn't you see, like, all these ideologies for what they are, which is just pure, just, like, ego machines? It's like, oh, shit. No wonder, like, why Christianity is the answer, is the way, you know?
Yeah, hi,
All
sir.
right.
What's your name?
John.
Hi, John. Nice to meet you.
I heard somewhere that the three most influential things, I guess, on the planet are the nuclear bomb, the transistor, and birth control, right? I don't know if that's true, but it sounds right to me.
Okay.
If you could remove one of those, you can't remove the first two. The third one is something you could do about, and to me, that sounds like that's under feminism. Can you at least acknowledge feminism is at least part of the problem? And if we eliminated that part, would that not help everything?
So feminism is part of the problem and it's part of the solution to a lot of issues, right? Society isn't just like a simple thing, right? Pakistan is a really good example of a country with exploding birth rates. They really solved that issue, but their economy is struggling and they keep on getting dumpstered by India in war, right? Pakistan is a great example of why in a country, lots of things matter all at once. What you're calling contraception, is that like feminism or technology? It's probably a bit of both, right? But what it really is pharmaceutical companies making money from a technology that's utile, right? So the issue is you're pointing at one of the technologies as being like useless and we don't need it. However, I don't even know how we begin to make that argument, because we do need women in the workplace, and giving them more control of their family planning has allowed women.
We don't. In terms of the key critical areas like infrastructure, like digging for oil. Like, the fuck's a woman gonna do? Yeah, bitch, hop up on that pole and fucking fix that fucking electric line. Get the fuck out of town. You know?
And to massively excel in workplaces and achieve higher levels of education and productive output than ever before.
Hey,
I know you can't
James,
respond, sorry.
Just a quick note on that. The reason that Pakistan's economy sucks so bad, even though the birth rate is high, is because they are a Muslim nation with the highest rate of inbreeding in the world.
Oh, I forgot brown people.
Yep.
How did I not think of that?
Not brown people, we're talking about incest. You know what I mean? But this is the whole thing. It's like, every mentions like Pakistan and all this kind of shit. And then it's like, oh, brown people. Like, what? Can't deal with the actual argument, so I'm just going to call you racist. You know? We got this forward kick saying, enjoying Guinness thanks to your ancestors, teriyaki. Appreciate you kindly. God bless. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good day too, sir. You know? He's crashing out. Yeah. Crash out Kylie. Or Kayla, or whatever the fuck her name is. You know? I'm just saying. Wait. We got it. The eagle has landed, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, prepare yourselves. Prepare yourselves.
I love lesbians. I love lesbians. They are my rock, my heart, my soul. Ooh, wee baby. baby. Massage me good. I love it. Don't stop. Keep going. This feels so good with your masculine hands upon me.
Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Do you want to end LGBT or not? Okay. Oh my god. Trying to remember which modern day debate it was where he holds his arms up and goes, "That's amazing," at the end of the debate. My man, my man. Dave is currently puking his guts out, laughing, then puking his guts out again. You love to see it. You love to see. Crazy wants to gouge his eyes out, you know? Is that spaghetti? Why, yes, it is. Why, yes, it is. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It is what it is. So, one second. Let's cut to the boys. Let's cut to the boys' questions. Because I think, so you see me that right there on the left? Oh, we're getting ready, boys. We're getting ready. You know what I'm saying? Now the suit was way too big. Because like I said, like I showed you, like, yeah, I was a fat boy. I was a fat boy. Alright. I wasn't able to do my hair. Okay, I didn't have any of my products. I didn't bring any of that, like toiletries and all this kind of shit through the airport security. Because to be honest, I didn't know what the fucking limitations were and all that stuff. But not next time. Next time I'm gonna be like making sure I got my cologne, got my hair product, all this kind of shit, my shampoos, all this kind of shit. Right now, bro's not your boy's not looking too on fleek. You know what I mean? He's gonna infiltrate here soon. He won't tell anyone, but there's science. Exactly.
Probably not for a long time.
For the
consulting.
Next question. What is the
Yeah, you don't want to answer, do you?
Yeah, so Kyla, I was wondering, like, what is the proposed solution from feminism? Because in terms of Rachel's proposed
Can you
solution,
say that again? Sorry.
what is the proposed solution from feminism that we're going to get at least 1 million lives back into the economy for workers and all that stuff? This is what Rachel's talking about with the mathematics. We get rid of elective abortion. That's 1 million lives each year coming into America.
Yeah, a lot of those. The getting rid of the
feminism
abortion also means that you're going to have a massive amount of those lives going on the welfare state, which I think you guys don't like, actually.
It's still more
the
people.
solution for birth rate that I've offered a number of times is we need modernization solutions. So probably tax credits, making it affordable to have children, making it easier for moms to stay home or work at home and be economically successful. There's a lot of things that we need to try. It's not really a simple solution because it's not a simple problem anymore with modern technology. But we should try things, and we haven't really tried enough things, and we should.
Yeah, so 1 million lives a year is not worth banning elective abortion, is what
Much
you're saying.
bigger tax base to help fund those social safety nets.
Again, unless they're on
You know what I'm saying? And now she goes, "Oh, they're welfare." The fuck are we talking about? The fuck are we talking about? You know? See you, Shante. But what if it is, in fact, on fleek? Don't be hating, Shante. All right, just because I'm on fleek and shit, you know?
welfare, which you would assume that they're going to be if they're being born to
you would
single
not
mothers.
assume that they're all going to grow up and be on welfare.
I wouldn't
Absolutely
assume
not.
all of them, but I would guess that it would probably be 20 to 30% of them, because probably the women most likely to seek abortions are going to be women in situations where they become single mothers. And so those children are going to be on welfare, which is going to be costing tax receipts. So I guess your system, not so great. It feels really great when you...
Like right now with feminism, there's more men than ever on the welfares.
ChatGPT numbers, when you actually get real about economics, it kind of falls apart.
We're jumping to the next question.
I'm sure if you talk faster and say more, everyone will think you won.
I'm sure that if you're just bitchy and rude, everyone will think you're funny.
We're going to go to James.
All right, so my question's for Kyla. So if
shout out to Speakeasy. Shout out to Speakeasy, ladies and gentlemen. That's our boy right there.
It's based off something you said.
This dude looks fucking, I don't know, man.
Said in your opening, if greater reproductive autonomy predictably results in more murdered babies, what's the benefit of that autonomy that is justifying the outcome?
I don't think anywhere in my opening I talked about reproductive autonomy. I think it was her.
No, you said that it's better if women have control over their
You said these things were
reproduction,
predictabilities when you were
Do you
talking
think
about...
reproductive autonomy just means abortion?
It results. Are you going to answer my question, or are you asking me questions?
I'm following up because you're talking about reproductive
autonomy. Do you want to answer
autonomy.
the question or no?
Do you want to know anything that you're talking about? What's reproductive
This
autonomy?
is that likability problem Andrew
All
was
right,
talking
we're-
about.
Yeah, there's one thing.
We're going to. All right. Let's rein
What,
it in.
in a room full of Rachel
All right.
fans, they like
Can
you
you-
more? That's crazy.
Can
You know, it
can
helps your
just
arguments if you're
hold
not
on.
insufferable.
All right. Sorry to
I
do
would,
this.
it's
but I do have
actually,
to- I do
being
have to-
insufferable is
All
good
right,
for your
I do-
arguments, actually.
Just to get
That's
through,
funny.
just to
No,
get through
everybody
people's
likes
questions.
me.
That's
just to
not
get through.
true.
I'm very popular.
Just to get
and
through people's
well-liked.
questions. Can you restate your question in a separate rephrase?
Do you want to just talk about abortion? Sounds like you want to talk about abortion.
You see how triggered she is? Like, wouldn't even let Speakeasy just say his question. Like, James is just there. It's like, okay, do you want to restate your question? And then there's like Erudite's just there saying all this shit. Unbelievable, man.
Okay, do you want to
Relax,
answer
sir.
my
Keyboard
question,
warrior
or do you want to
first.
ask me questions again?
Okay.
If
go ahead.
greater reproductive autonomy results in more murdered babies, what's the benefit of that autonomy that justifies that outcome?
The benefit of more reproductive autonomy for women is that they're able to better control family planning, which allows them to do things like investing in a career and investing in better marriage status, which is why college women, by the way, have the happiest education. So reproductive
That's
autonomy
powerful.
allows them to decide when they go to college because they
Exactly.
can offset having children, which is good. It also results in things like abortion, which I agree it would be great to get those numbers down, but that's why it's valuable, because it does more than just one thing.
Again, that what you just said is okay.
Oh, get out of here.
As
You're
a
not even keeping
benefit.
up.
She's not saying she can't handle it. She fucking can't handle it. Get him away. Get him away.
Get out.
You know?
We're gonna go to the next
Alhamdulillah,
question.
Habibi.
Okay. All right.
Your mom's super.
And like, bear in mind, she says this shit as well, right? Bear in mind, right? This bitch is like, no, like, if we have more kids, they'll end up on welfare, which means she thinks it's better to kill a kid than for the kid to end up on welfare.
We'll go to the next question. Okay. All right.
Your mom's super proud of you, though. Proud of her. Well, probably not, actually.
You know what I'm saying? And then Rachel absolutely smokes her.
This is a PR disaster.
All right, we're gonna go to the next question.
You are not
All
going
right,
to recover.
We're gonna go to the
It's
next
not.
question.
She will never financially recover from this. Humiliating. Making a fool of yourself. Getting triggered by audience questions. You know? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. If I was easy, I would have said no. Mod should have let him finish. No, it's like the whole thing of like with the debater. It's like I suppose like it wasn't insulting her. Like it's not like a court case where it's like she has to answer the question and stuff, but you're just seeing like she's not going to answer the question. She will run away from it whatever way possible. She will not answer the question. She'll be like, she'll just go on a whole fucking like tirade and all this kind of shit. You know? I have to agree. I also think you should stop saying on fleek. Wait, did you mute Jungle? Don't be muting Jungle. What are you doing? Unbelievable, Shante. Unbelievable. Yeah, Picasso, it's a PR nightmare is the way Rachel put it. You know what I mean? Dave, I think it's part of his lesbian identity. So I'm saying I'm trying to infiltrate. Don't be timing him. What are you doing? Don't be timing him out. Crazy. This is crazy. Exactly. Exactly. You messing with the moolah. You're messing with the moolah, Shante. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is why I always say.
I just had a question. Does Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something? Or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not heard. Women should be seen, not heard. You know? Shut up, Shante. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, but she was being an arsehole and hand waved easy. It was disrespectful. No, even like and then like talks about his mom. Like makes a thing like that. You know? But That's where I say it's like, when your opponent is shooting themselves in the foot, let them keep fucking shooting themselves in the foot, you know? BB hasn't been around, so he doesn't know like the memes on this kind of shit. So BB's just there like Johnny Depp.
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
Yeah, what about the memberships? We want to get more emoji, Shante. But either way, we're still going to blame Jack. You know what I mean? Jack's just like, what did I do? What the fuck did I do? It is what it is. It is what it is.
I can assure you.
Who would invite
Here we
you
go.
to an event after the way you've behaved?
All right, we're gonna go with Jonathan's question.
Good
We do
question.
have to go to the question. Jonathan has a
Like
question.
if you were my daughter,
All right,
I'd be
I hate
hauling
to
you out of
interrupt
here
you
by
guys.
your ear to
And
give
if you
you
were
a
my
talk
mom, I'd have a lot more
about your
drama.
We're
Yeah,
behavior.
I know.
We're gonna jump to the next question. Come on
Well,
up,
your mama
Jonathan.
should've.
All right, folks, I do need you. Do us a favor if you can keep.
James is just trying to get the traffic moving. He's like, yeah, come on, girls, settle down, let's go. You know, but where is? Because I'm pretty sure, I'm definitely sure JS asked the question. There you go. He's in the suit. Shout out to JS. What? You broke the chat, brother? How did I break the chat? How did I break the chat? I didn't break nothing. Jack, you need to reassess your HR. Yeah, I think I need to do more recruiting of my HR department, and that's what's going to like do the productivity, you know?
Hired when the boss is next
doesn't have
you.
Okay, let me just do it. See JS, see when he cleans himself up, bruh. JS looks good in a suit, you know? Oh, my. Okay, here we go. Right.
Republic if we're going to try to have a republic.
Hi, Kyla. My name's JS. Your counter to feminism having the biggest detriment on birth rates was industrialization or modernization. I'm wondering, can you elaborate on how that makes sense when what I see, industrialization and modernization makes it easier, safer, cheaper to have and raise kids?
That's actually a really interesting question. This is the one thing that's kind of like called the paradox of urbanization, is that you're right. In many ways, we have more technologies, more supports, more welfare available than ever before. But it seems to be the case that as industries and nations modernize, birth rate tends to fall. And we see this across the board of every country that begins to modernize. And that is a great.
Which means you can't use the economy as an excuse to the birth rate. Now, either she understands this or she doesn't. Crazy, you can't time out the other mods unless you're the head mod. Or, speaking of which, I could just do this. Congratulations, mod. Jungle, you're now a mod. Now, Shante, you've got immunity from Shante. You know what I'm saying? And thank you, Shante, for reminding me of this. Shante just sitting there going, unbelievable. What did I do? What did I just do? Jungle, you now have immunity. You now have immunity. Ah, beautiful. Bellissimo. We also got Steelborn. Good morning, Vietnam. We're getting to your question in a second. We got Steelborn. We got JS coming up. Now it's time to cook some Shantae sauce. Let's go. You know? Teriak Jungle is one of my mods. His sole job as a moderator is to time out avarice. Oh, this is gonna get good. Ladies and gentlemen. But JS points out like a very astute point here. It's like you're saying it's like modernization, blah 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 blah. But then you're also saying to my question, to your boy's question, it's what I was saying at the very beginning. Put this like note this is your thing. Like, you're then saying it's like, oh, if we have more kids, they'll just end up on welfare. The reason why, like women aren't having kids is because of the economy and all that shit. It makes no sense. contradictions left, right, and center.
Question. I actually don't know the answer to that, which is why what we have to do is go.
You need to see Jack and Crazy Butt Brothers. Yes. Like I said, boys, we got this straight from from Candace Owens sources. This is live evidence of Jack and Crazy doing some crazy shit.
Hey, I'm Jack of Shades. I also love bananas, just like Are You Crazy? We are butt brothers in sex education. Don't mind my background degen system of plastic bags and lotion. It's what makes me who I am. Purple without shame. Love you.
Love you too, Jack. Love you too. And then we got Crazy as well.
I am Are You Crazy? I love bananas. My teacher taught me how to use a condom with this banana. Don't judge me. Accept me for who I am.
It is what it is. Hey, what? Can we take a vote to remove Jungle as a kid? But can I be the only one who votes? John, what is up with the typing, Shante? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And also Dave says, I agree. If we all have to see it, then Steelborn has to see it too. You know? It is what it is. But let's get back to JS's question.
Well, what are ways that we can offset this declining birth rate so that young families feel like they can't afford to have children and then do?
You know what I mean? Like she ends on the question. It's like, what can we do to offset the declining birth rate? Get rid of elective abortion. Because if we do that, like what Rachel is proposing, get rid of elective abortion, we get 1 million lives back into the economy. You know? Hey, don't be going near my Tylenol stash. That's not cool, guys. Don't be. Younger White, I have to see that because we all seen it. We got to share in the pain. We got to share in the pain, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Yeah, so my question.
We got, speaking of Steelborn. Speaking of Steelborn.
Question's actually for Rachel. So Rachel, we heard Erudite make a lot of claims, but based on her standard, we can't actually know if anything she said was true. So if we don't have access to certain truth because she doesn't understand Agrippa's trilemma anyways, from Erudite's view, why ought we actually debate? And since we can't know who is correct, why can we know that Rachel's the one who won this debate anyways?
Well, that's true. I could have, rather than just sticking to demographic doom, I could have just precepted her and said, you don't believe in objective truth anyway, so why are you here?
So here's the thing that it seems like you guys have never understood. If we want to talk about the Agrippas, right? Are you a methodological skeptic?
What? Say that again?
Are you a methodological skeptic?
Methodological skeptic?
Yeah.
I don't know. What
so
does that mean?
I don't care about the problem of levying the accusation of Agrippa's trilemma because I just engage with the assumption that sometimes assumptions have to be made, we have to engage.
Oh, so you just want to start with random axioms?
No, not random, just like yours aren't random. What I've done and what you guys seem to not quite understand is I've labeled the thing that you do, what you call presuppositionalism, is levying Agrippa's trilemma.
That dry mouth and the med tongue ain't working too well for her. Let's hear that again.
That you do what you call presuppositionalism is
presuppositionalism?
Levying Agrippa's trilemma against your opponents. All I've done is pointed out that just as your opponents fail Agrippa's, so do we. I just don't care because I'm not a methodological skeptic.
So, but why should we grant your starting or foundational axioms and not mine?
So that we can have a conversation and you can critique it to see if you think it makes sense.
But we're doing it arbitrarily based off of nothing but preference.
How do you, again, all you're doing is you're levying the Agrippa's problem to me, but I would say to you, you have the same problem. I just don't care. I don't think it's interesting. I'd rather just contextually grant certain...
She doesn't care. She constantly brings it up, you know? You're lucky you didn't have to see all the Terax lesbian memes. Oh, wait, yeah, you do. I'm mod now and I demand it. Exactly.
Presuppositions and axioms and build from there.
We're just
I love James in the back end. Is like, I'm just going to have to jump in here. You know? So we're just going to get Jay Dara's one as well. Because remember when she was like Hypatia? And she was like trying to like bring up the ancient Greeks as if like she knows so much, she's so well studied, she's so educated. Like erudite like means that like that whole aspect, you know? So let's hear what Jay Dar asks her.
You asked Rachel about Hypatia. So being an educated philosophy person, could you name one work by Aristotle and one by Hegel?
Sure. I don't know works by Hegel.
By the way, if I'd have known that's what she was saying, I would have answered. I couldn't understand her because she just talks like with the dry Adderall mouth, and I couldn't understand.
You're like slowing down with your age. It's a little hard to keep up.
No, I'm just
so
like
one
a
from
normal
Aristotle and one from
person
Hegel?
who's not.
Just goes back to Jay. So, one Hegel, one Aristotle, maybe, please.
Not on speed.
Aristotle would be the 5 dialogues.
That's Plato.
That's Plato, bitch. That's Plato. Get the fuck out of here, you goofy bitch. Ah, beautiful. Bellissimo. Bellissimo, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? Not only does she not understand the trilemma, she doesn't know that Christians pick the circularity horn. Exactly. WJ. WJ. Salute to you too. Now, getting back to this. Getting back to the lesbian propaganda. Like I said, we're sending. I drew the short straw. I'm the one that has to act like the lesbian so I can get behind enemy lines and then tear them down from within. Okay? So Stillborn, let me know what you think of these lesbian clips. So we're going to start off with the most fucked up one. It is what it is.
I love lesbians. I love lesbians. They are my rock, my heart, my soul. Ooh, wee baby, massage me good. I love it. Don't stop! Keep going! This feels so good with your masculine hands upon me.
Now, you might be wondering, why is there spaghetti? Because you throw the spaghetti and you see what the stick. You get me? You have to throw the spaghetti, see what the stick. You know what I'm saying? And we also have like what will be the most beautiful love story ever told. Ain't that beautiful? Ain't that beautiful, ladies and gentlemen? If I saw Yak in public, that's how I'd imagine his voice would sound. This mother, you did see me in public, motherfucker. Unbelievable. Lesbian leprechaun cope. Hey, it is what it is. What in the name of fuck? It's going to be the greatest love story ever told, Picasso. Greatest love story. If you want to convert or to destroy the LGBT movement, you got to use propaganda. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And then we have the next best thing.
Cheers. Girl power. I am a lesbian. I bring lucky charms, and I'm hoping you search my rainbow for me pot of gold. Ready, ladies? Let's go back to my place and play hide and seek.
This is clear-cut evidence, Jack. This is clear-cut evidence. You know what I mean? And then this forward kick says, you got to think for Are We Not Men. Then Are We Not Men says it's jungle. I don't know what we're doing here. What are we doing here? I'm a lesbian. I don't like men. What are you talking about? Well, in truth, you do look like... Oh, my God. Unbelievable. That was disturbing. Yes. We all seen it, so now you have to, too. Crazy gouges his eyes out, you know? It is what it is. But at least he can do, like, the whole, like, disability benefit now. Technically, he's blind. Just saying. See how he just admitted it's love, not just a mission? Suspicious. Hey, what can I say? That actually not that bad if you weren't being a lesbian. Hey, what can I say? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Take a propaganda at your future. A propaganda. I get you. I get you. I get you. I had the sausage. Hey, what can I say? Jungle's a lesbian too. Hey, it is what it is. Yeah, we fuck women. You know, Are not men likes to fuck men. That's why he doesn't want to be a lesbian. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. But ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the show this evening. I guess we could leave this out. Oh no. Sec. Oh fuck. Well, I don't know. We could leave this one up or just modern day debate. I guess modern day debate. More professional, I guess. Shout out to you all. Thank you very kindly. Well, King wants to. We gotta give him that meme. You know what I mean? The old Uncle Joey Diaz. Remember, they black folk.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico, you know, the White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black, folks. Stay black. Hold tight. Shantae's still in the microwave. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Good. I'm over everyone. Hey, don't worry, Shantae. Don't worry. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That I hit a nerve. Now you hit these nuts on your chin. This 4 kick says, God bless Teriyaki. Don't worry. We're still waiting for Shantae's. It's cooking. It's in the oven. Look, the microwave, technically. Microwave. Do not do gross things about me, please. Okay, that's the only request. But no one jungle. Like you seen my clips, you know, Jack's clips, Crazy's clips. It's gonna be a lot of spaghetti. It's gonna be a lot of spaghetti, you know. If you're gonna do it right, thank you very kindly. 1 sec. We do. Gotta get the zoom back in check. Yeah, we'll do vintage. What's he doing? He's doing trolls and drama. Okay. Sounds intriguing, I guess. So we redirect to the original vintage, mate. Down under. Shoulder pads matter. Exactly. Like I said, I'm getting my new shirts tomorrow as well. So it's gonna be honestly upgrading day by day. You know what I'm saying? Inside voice, mate. It is what it is. Didn't see Shantae sausage fingers tonight. Might as well then. We might as well.
I ain't gonna lie. For a big girl, you pretty, yo. Real shit. And I find big bitches ugly. Ogres. You get what I'm saying? Like, they just big and stink and nasty. They don't take care of themselves. Just big fat noses on them and shit. They try to put makeup on to look pretty, but whole time they just ugly in disguise. You get what I'm saying? That's how I feel about ugly fat bitches. You get what I'm saying? But you, you're fucking different. You get what I'm saying? Yes, yeah, your hands are like sausages. Hell yeah, but you probably got a good ass heart. And it's not about what's on the outside. It's about what's on the inside of the hippo. You get what I'm saying?
You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? You know? And we got the new Shantae command. Group you. See you. Unbelievable. 5-hour stream. Well, we're almost at 6. I think by the time, as Jungle was saying, it's taking a long time at 99% because of Shantae's face. The last clip's on to go by. It's a pretty big face. You know? Dara says, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do shit. I plead the 5th, officer. I plead the 5th. I didn't do shit. Okay? Unbelievable. Probably because of the eyebrows. Not gonna lie. Damn. Damn. This clip is exactly bellissimo. Bellissimo. Let me guess, all about Endgame, but rather talk gay shit all evening. Pretty much. It is what it is. Thank you. You're fucking different. Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly. Ruthless. You know? That's right, Vintage. You'd be stoked with 105 people coming over. 100%. 100%. But like, I've noticed a trend that's like anytime anybody raids anybody, right? It always like cuts the audience in half. And I don't know if YouTube does that on purpose or not, but it's like consistently, it's always like half the audience goes, you know? So, but it would at least be like 170, 175, you know? At least that. I miss that guy. Hey, my man. My man. All right, one sec. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me. We got him, boys. All right. I have literally no idea what way this is going to go. But we shall find out together, chat, you know? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk to you. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you, mate. Beef favore. All right. It's 20 seconds. Shantae. Shantae. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself, Shantae.
Hello, monkeys. I love monkeys. My mom took Tylenol.
Yo, that shit's bananas. That shit's bananas, bro. Or rather, if you're allowed to talk to me. You know? Mate! Oh, blimey, mate! This is real. This is, like I said, this is behind the scenes footage that we collect from the same source that Candace used. Alright? Mm-hmm. Why did it give me blonde roots? Why not? Why not? I'm telling you. Haters will say it's AI. It's actual footage. It's actual footage, folks. You need to say it like you have balls. Alright, but apparently lesbians don't have balls. Apparently. You know? But I'm going to be the exception. And I'm going to take down the LGBT movement from within. But folks, fuck, man, these, oh shit. These things, what the fuck do you call them? Lozenges? I don't know, man. They're at least doing their work, but they're fucking, they're very fucking minty, to say the least, right? Without further ado, we're going to redirect into Vintage. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had. Yes, exactly. Thank you for reminding me, Jungle. Make sure you all tune in for Talking Smack with Teriak. I have 100 shit talks prepared. Yes, there's going to be over 100 shit talks. Well, I think maybe slightly less because some of them were photos and the app doesn't do that. But there's going to be a lot of TikToks we're going to be reviewing on the next stream, okay? So, oh no, tomorrow is Wheel of Madness. Tomorrow's going to be Wheel of Madness, but then the stream after Wheel of Madness is going to be Talking Smack with Teriak. I think Jungle was bringing this up because, like I said, he sends me the TikToks over. Salute to you, Jungle. Thank you, very kind. Also, thank you for all like the assets and the obviously the donations, and then helping out in terms of like the background, setting the aesthetic, all this kind of stuff. And I mean the borders, all this kind of stuff. Massive shout out, even with the pot of gold. I even got a pot of gold now as well. I got a pot of gold, got a rainbow, got like thunder in the background. Bellissimo. There's no VK tomorrow? No, I thought Easy was saying that he was going to do VK. We just won't be able to come up for it. Starting Real Madness early. Yeah. Like I said, we'll play it by ear. If EK's not there, then like I said, we might move it up a bit or whatever. But the sleeping pattern's kind of fucked at the moment anyway. If I wanted to do it well, no, I guess, yeah, probably will be. Might be able to do it earlier. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. We'll play it by ear. You know? And y'all better show up for Wheel of Madness. It's a great time. 100%. And Jungle, legend as always. Appreciate you kindly. Like I said, folks, I'm just a leprechaun, okay? And I know they tell you shouldn't be trusting leprechauns. But that's okay. I'm not asking you to trust me. All I'm simply asking you guys to do is to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow for a little bit of Wheel of Madness, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.